Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're getting started in just a minute. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Oh, you know we're going to try that again. You know we're going to try that again. Mark, can you get your seat, please? Thanks. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Let's do that again. Good morning, everyone. That is better. That is better. Well, welcome to the second annual Garden State Conference on Food Security. Table for all, for always. Fantastic. My name is Derek Smith, and I'm the executive director at the Franklin Food Bank. All right, put it out, that's right. Don't mistake me for Idris Alba, that happens often. Really does happen all the time. Who's laughing so loud? Like, what was up with that? Jeez, good Lord. All right, well, it's great to see everybody here today. This is going to be an incredible conference, just like last year. This room has so many folks that are passionate and dedicated about this work. And I think during these times in particular, it is very, very easy for us to feel overwhelmed by all the things that are happening in and around New Jersey. Some of us at times possibly feel even deflated. I have my moments, for sure. Don't get me wrong, I do have my moments. But I lean on the resilience and the grit and the resourcefulness and the ingenuity and the stamina of the people that we have the pleasure of supporting and serving, right? The most marginalized and disenfranchised folks in this country have seen worse than what's happening right now and found a way to not only survive but thrive in those conditions. I find strength in that history. I find courage in those accomplishments. Each and every day I have the pleasure of serving families and individuals in Franklin Township and across central New Jersey. And what I see in them are people that have hope, people that believe that things are going to change. I also have the pleasure of working with so many of you in this room right now, and I see that same courage, optimism, and hope in the work that all of you do each and every day. And what's so special about this room in particular is that this room actually represents the solution that we're all striving towards. That is a much more integrated, collaborative, inclusive approach to food security. That old model where we were operating in these like individual silos and people would talk about us when there'd be a big storm or a hurricane. We all know that we've been there on the front lines for years, making sure that folks have access to healthy, nutritious, and culturally relevant food. We've been on the front lines making sure that people have choices, right? I chose this morning to wear one of the flyest t-shirts that you'll ever see in your life. That's what I chose to do. I chose to wear Chucks. I didn't have to. I have some fresh Allen Edmonds that I could have put on this morning and a nice Brook Brothers. But I have the choice, right? And I flexed that muscle of choice. The people that we have the pleasure of supporting and serving often don't have the choice, because when you think the choice is between repairing a car and paying for groceries, is that really a choice? So just to get a lay of the land, if you are in this room and you represent Northern New Jersey, make some noise right now. Let me see who's in here. If you're from Northern New Jersey, make some noise. All right? If you are from Southern New Jersey in this room right now, make some noise. All right. Okay. You ready for it? Because you know we deep in here. If you're from Central New Jersey, make some noise. That's what's up. That was to loosen us up, plus to feel the breadth of people that are in this space, right? It's amazing how many people are in this room right now supporting the needs across all of New Jersey. And let us not forget, New Jersey is by far the state that's blazing the trails in this country over anybody and everybody else. Right? Put it together for New Jersey. And a testament to that speaks to, again, the talent and inspiration that's in this room. If you believe that the solution is a collaborative, inclusive, fully transparent, neighbor-centered solution, make some noise. If you represent soup kitchens or food pantries in this effort, make some noise right now. Right? Okay. If you represent folks that are in the legislature, making decisions to change the laws that are on the books to serve the communities that we serve, make some noise right now. You got to clap louder than that, Assemblywoman Hader. Because you out there on the front lines, I see you. So if you don't know Assemblywoman Hader, trust me, she don't clap that loud, but she on them streets. She is in them streets. If you are a donor, partner, out there in them streets supporting our work right now, clap your hands, make some noise. That's right. It's going to take all of us, y'all, to affect real change. All right, so incredible day ahead of us. Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. If you represent the farmers in this beautiful Garden State right now, make some noise. Yes. Thank you, sister. Thank you. I love being called out on stage and live on YouTube. It's so subtle. It's so nuanced. I appreciate you. No, that's fantastic, and thank you so much. And all the retailers. Any retailers in the house? Any Wakefern homies in the house? ShopRite? I saw you clapping your hands a little bit, brother. Where are you from? Yeah, who do you represent in here? That's what's up. Thank you so much, family, for being here. Okay, so some housekeeping stuff that's really, really important. we have, yeah, so the Regency Ballroom, right? The Regency Ballroom is right outside to the right from here. Who am I looking for right now? Yes, right? Madison, to the right from here outside the room, right? And inside the Regency Ballroom, there's going to be a live stream of the panels. So if you want to be out there, you can check it out on those panels that'll be in that space. And then there's also something called the Nourishing Knowledge Resource Hub. Ooh, yeah. The Nourishing Knowledge Resource Hub. This is Derek Smith on the Quiet Storm. 107.5 WBLS. Easy. I'm watching you. Easy. So that's all happening out there, folks. And that Nourishing Knowledge Hub is just a great space. There are a bunch of different resources that are available to folks, data, tools that can be shared. And then there's also ways to record any type of messages that you'd like to record. So we are able to share all of that information at njofsahub.org. njofsahub.org. Mike, yeah? Okay. So don't forget to go there. There are going to be QR codes, which my staff and offspring tell me is an important thing that we should be using these days. So feel free to use those things to stay connected. And then before we switch to something else, I just want to say a big shout out to all the folks that have been supporting this particular summit last year and again this year. Shout out to our friends at Tepper Foundation. Anybody from Tepper in the house today? Big shout out. Rose! Hey, Rose. How you doing, homie? Rose is in the house. Secretary Wegrin from the Department of Agriculture. Where's the secretary? Ah, there you go. What's up, brother? Good to see you, family. Tamika, you were sitting at my table. Tamiko Webster, Chief of Staff, Department of Agriculture. Tamiko, thank you for all that you do. Chairman Bill Spearman. I don't know if that brother's in the house. Have not seen him yet, but shout out to him, of course. Chairwoman Hayter. We know we got love for you, Chairwoman Hayter, in the house. And Deputy Commissioner Michael J. Wilson. What's up, Brother Wilson? Good to see you, sir. Thank you for all that you do, brother. Yes, my man gave me the Wakanda forever. You know I'm about that life. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And it goes without saying, special shout out to my brother from another mother, Mark Dinglassen. Please put your hands together. He is obviously an incredible leader and has been a trailblazer in this space. And before this particular space, the work that he was doing in Chi-Town and criminal justice with the youth, next level, and has been an advisor to me, a mentor to me, just a good friend helping me navigate this interesting terrain. And he's losing more weight than I'm losing, so he's looking better than I look. But yeah, I got you. But no, you truly are special, and your team is incredible. I've seen my brother Dan put it together for the OFSA crew. Dan, Jamel's, Dr. Jenny, who for some reason decided to move out of central New Jersey down to Asbury Park. That's what's up. And where's Rosemary? Rosemary's around here somewhere. All right, and then Madison, who's been an incredible supporter, making sure this event goes well. All right, I've gone much longer than I was supposed to. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is we are going to make sure that all of us have an incredible time at this summit today, right? Keep 3 C's in mind for your entire day. First C is choice. What does choice look like for the neighbors that we have the pleasure of serving? What does choice look like for the staff, other supporters like volunteers and donors, right? The second C is community. What does it mean to hold community, to celebrate community? And then the third is compassion, right? How do we weave compassion into the work that we have the pleasure of doing each and every day? Hold those 3 as you go through the day: choice, community, and compassion. And now we are going to watch a short video from Governor Murphy to kind of set the stage for today's convening.
Hey everybody, Governor Phil Murphy here. Thank you all for pulling up a chair today as we set the table to ensure every New Jerseyan has a seat, a full plate, and a say in what is being served. This summit brings us together to tackle a mission close to all of our hearts, ending hunger once and for all. Making sure every member of our 9.5 million member strong New Jersey family has enough to eat is one of the most urgent and unifying challenges we face, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you all to the second annual New Jersey Food Security Summit. This annual gathering is the first state-run food security summit of its kind in the entire nation. And it is an opportunity to celebrate the more than 7.5 years of partnership between our administration, our tremendous partners in the legislature. I want to shout out especially Speaker Craig Coughlin and all of you. In fact, it is thanks to all of you that New Jersey has emerged as a national leader in the fight against food insecurity. Much of our success has been driven by the bold, compassionate leadership of Mark Dingleson, the first executive director of New Jersey's Office of the Food Security Advocate, and his outstanding team. To this day, their office remains the only one of its kind in the entire country. With their help, we have taken on tough challenges, and we have delivered real life-changing results, especially for the hundreds of thousands of families that have struggled with food insecurity in the wake of global upheavals like the pandemic and inflation. In response to these challenges, we doubled down on supporting our most vulnerable neighbors. And New Jersey has continued to do what we do best, overcoming tribulation through innovation. We are proudly pioneering bold new initiatives to tackle hunger in all of its forms, from creating first-of-their-kind incentives to bring grocery stores to food deserts, to making historic investments in New Jersey's food banks, to conducting groundbreaking research on how hunger intersects with other crises like maternal and infant mortality. Because understanding the full scope of hunger and how it manifests is the only way we can end it once and for all. We've also expanded eligibility time and again to ensure that more kids than ever qualify for free breakfasts and lunches during the school year. And to keep our precious children healthy and nourished year-round, for the second year in a row, we have issued over 700,000 summer EBT cards. And none of that would have been possible without every single advocate in this room. And because no adult should ever have to wonder where their next meal will come from either, under our administration, every eligible New Jersey household now receives at least $95 in SNAP benefits, more than 4 times the national minimum of $23 a month. Over the past 7.5 years, we have done so much together that we can and should be proud of. But I won't pretend the work is done or the road ahead is going to be easy. The road to progress has never been smooth, especially now as President Trump's disastrous budget intends to slash vital programs like SNAP that our most vulnerable families rely on. But if there's one thing you all know firsthand, it's that Jersey does not back down. We have taken on unprecedented challenges before, and we've overcome them together. So in the months and years ahead, when things feel tough, I ask you to remember all that we have already achieved. Because if we keep standing side by side, just as we always have, then no matter what lies ahead, we can build a New Jersey where no child has to go to school ever hungry, where no parent will be forced to work on an empty stomach, and no senior citizen will be forced to choose between affording their medication and a nutritious meal. So thank you all for your leadership and for your unwavering commitment to building a stronger, more food secure Garden State. God bless you all.
Morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. It's hard to follow the governor, but I'm going to try my best. It's really moving to see everybody that's here in this room. So everybody do me a kindness, first and foremost. Can my team, Dr. Jenny, Dr. Dan, Jamel, and Rose, can you guys stand up? Could we please give my team a round of applause? I'm only as good as the team that I serve with, and I stand on the shoulders of giants. Except Jenny, she's kind of like, so thank you to my team for all that you guys do. And thank you to all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here today. Let me start with a couple of thank yous to Rose Rodriguez and the Tepper Foundation. Thank you for your continued partnership and support. Thank you for supporting the summit. I have to say thank you to Governor Murphy, the First Lady, and all of our partners in the administration for the last 3 years of partnership and support. To Jade Bocelli, who's in the room today, who I've adored working with these last few years. Thank you to the administration. Thank you to our partners in the legislature for your support. Chairwoman Hayter, Speaker Coughlin, the AMO comms team, for the way that you have helped us to engage with community and have community events. Thank you for that. And I don't know if he's in the room yet, but I want to say thank you to Speaker Coughlin for all of his support. And can we give him a round of applause for continuing to champion food security work in the state of New Jersey. I know this is going to sound corny, but I really did say it. I was recently asked, what difference has the Speaker and the legislature made in New Jersey's food security work? And I said, my team and I don't have to shout at the wind, because they literally are the wind that helps us to push this work forward. So at this time last year, I sang a wish to all of you, right, that I was hoping that we would gain something more. And today, as I stand here in front of all of you, there are two words that come to mind for me: resilience and manifest. First, resilience. You all once heard me say that the definition of resilience is you and the families that you serve and the communities that you're trying to serve. Because we're still here. This work is so hard, and this hard work is heart work. But we're still here. You're still doing it. You're still going to continue to do it. I know what's waiting for you out there the moment you leave this summit. I know what's waiting for you on your farms, what's waiting for you at your food banks, at your food pantries. There's so much need, and there's more need coming. But we are so resilient, New Jersey. We're so resilient. The second word that comes to mind for me is manifest, because I believe this year we have created better programs and services. I looked up the definition of manifest, the verb, and it means to make evident or certain by showing or displaying. But here in New Jersey, we're not just showing and displaying, we're doing. You're doing the work. And we have the ability to manifest brave things and hard things, and we continue to do that. We have launched, shout out to the FNS team over here, we launched Summer EBT in New Jersey. They led the way for us. Let's give them a round of applause. And for all of you that helped with Summer EBT, there are still some states that have turned down this money, but I just looked at the numbers. As of today, 724,000 cards were issued to the tune of $86 million. That's for our students. We've created county offices of food security. We've built apps to create markets for farmers. We've created coalitions. We've talked about school meal applications. We've shown that we're resilient and that we have the ability to manifest. So what's next? Because if we stop asking what's next, that's when we should stop doing this work. My friends, I think what's next for us is to ask, how do we grow and how do we evolve? How do we do that creatively, collaboratively, and humbly? I hope today we have a little bit of inspiration as to how we can do that. And here's why I think it's going to happen. Let me take you through what we're going to do today. First, we're going to talk about the New Jersey Food Security Strategic Plan. And we're going to talk about some of the tools that are at your disposal that I want you all to use to do this work. And then we're going to talk about how we stand firmer in our power and talk about the basic human right to adequate food. And then we're going to remind ourselves that we're not alone, because we have our state partners from other states. They're here pushing just as hard as we are, and we're going to hear from them. And then finally, we're going to talk about how we see each other in this work. You are resilient and you have the ability to manifest. So let's now talk about evolution and growth. So find a moment of inspiration somewhere today. Give yourself permission to rest today. Open yourself up to receive care from someone or something today. Let's all take a breath. Let's see each other and let's have a great day. Yeah? So, it's my pleasure to kick us off by bringing up our first presenter and speaker. She is spearheading the evolution of how New Jersey talks about food security and how we define success in this work. In order to beat this enemy called food insecurity, we have to continuously study and understand the enemy. And this person is helping New Jersey to do that. And as the federal government announced that they were ending data collection on food insecurity, it was really scary to me. But then I smirked and I laughed and I said, every state better go get themselves a Dr. Jenny. My pleasure to introduce the Director of Research and Evaluation for the Office of the Food Security Advocate, Dr. Jenny Schrum.
Hi, New Jersey. How are you? Good to see you. What an act to follow, all these great speakers. So hello to New Jersey and hello to my mom who's watching on YouTube. Hi, Mom. And I have yet to test this clicker out, so just give me a second. All right, we got it. Good to see you all. Thanks for coming. We're so excited to talk to you about all the great stuff that we're doing at OFSA and celebrate all the amazing stuff that you guys are already doing all across New Jersey. And you all know that I love to talk about two things, the 6 dimensions and strategic planning. So hello and welcome to my favorite talk I'm ever gonna give. So strategic plan, many of you in this room have been to multiple listening sessions, have heard about the strategic plan, has been involved in the strategic plan. So I don't wanna go back and reiterate all the methodology that we've all kind of already covered. But as a baseline, to make sure everybody remembers kind of the process that we've gone through over the past, we're about 9 months, I would say, of strategic planning. We're hoping to get it signed, sealed, delivered in a full year. So we started with a lot of community building. You guys have been there holding our hands through all of this. We've been and visited you. We've talked to you. What is on your mind? What are people in your community talking about when it comes to food security? We've listened and we've shared back. We've done amazing research through all of our partners. We've got Center for Nutrition and Health Impact, who I know is here and also streaming. Hello, CNHI. We got Katie Martin from More Than Food Consulting, who's done some primary data collection with all of you. But part of what really went into our strategic plan is many of you have written 1 million reports about food security in New Jersey already over the past 5 to 10 years. So we looked at about 20 reports that have been done in New Jersey that talk about food security, about the environment, about the food system, and we took from that everything that you have already suggested, right? We are not reinventing the wheel here. You know what is going to resolve the issues, right? So we took that was our starting place for the strategic plan, what you all have spent years already talking about. We then, and I'm gonna ask you to stand up, please, if you're on our executive committee for our strategic plan. Multi-sector executive committee, we've got researchers, we've got farmers. Stand up. Roxana, stand up. Amazing. Round of applause. Very good. So our fabulous executive committee has taken all of that knowledge that you've been building for years and looked at it and talked about it. Is it still relevant? What's a priority? What's feasible over the next 3 years? In this wild place we're all living in, right? What can actually happen? So we took that, made a beautiful list of 5 main focus areas. There's going to be 5 focus areas on food security. small and easy task, that we're all going to be walking down together, right? What did we do? Oh, there's a buzzer going off. Okay, so we took all of that, we outlined our 5 areas, and then we put it online. So what did Derek say in the very beginning? Part of this is being transparent. We put it out there. This is what we're thinking. This is what we talked about. Tell us what you think, right? We've taken community feedback for the past month. It closed on Friday. Thank you to all of you who gave us really positive and amazing and helpful feedback on what we're talking about. And now we're in the final stage. We're in revisions, right? We took your feedback, and we've got some amazing data to make sure we're teasing this all out in the right way. So, for other baseline setting, who is the strategic plan for? It is not an OFSA strategic plan. It is a Food Security of New Jersey strategic plan. Piece of cake, right? So that means anyone who touches, thinks about, works on food security in the state of New Jersey, this is your strategic plan. This is supposed to align us together, so we're moving together, right? Anyone that touches food security, this is things like farmers, academics, people who think about transportation, anyone and everyone. And also, what do we all know from the 6 dimensions as well? Food security is about all New Jerseyans. It is not about othering certain groups and saying this is one type of issue for one type of person. We all can be food insecure for a number of reasons, right? So it's about all of us. So this plan is for all of us to be thinking about and moving towards. So these are our 5 main focus areas that many of you gave feedback. You can scan that if you would like a little bit more detailed information. The full plan will be out later this year. But our 5 main areas are about enhancing information through data, research, sharing information, expanding community-based food infrastructure, right, the system that's moving our food around and giving us access. It's about building support and local partnership, which I know you all are very good at already. It's about collaborating across sectors and agencies to think about these federal food programs that we're all navigating. And finally, it's thinking about strengthening our food system resiliency, right? When we think about food insecurity, we think about shocks to the system, we think about trajectories for future generations. We want to make sure our food supply is stable for a long, long time, right? Not just about tomorrow. Okay, so we did our community feedback. As I said, thank you so much for all that you have shared with us, whether it was via our survey or in listening sessions or just calling and texting. It's been incredible. We value it. We've heard from people all over New Jersey, all different sectors, and all different types of organizations, right? Because this is not going to be a one-size-fits-all. It can't just work for one sector. It has to work for all of them for it to actually move forward. So what did we hear from our community feedback? We heard a couple things. We will put on our website a full analysis of the feedback and responses to it, but some main points that we heard is we really need to acknowledge what's happening federally, right? There are major programs that we all utilize and rely on all the time. We need to make sure that we're navigating any kind of inconsistency or making sure we're flexible around them. We need to make sure that some of our topics, when we're naming them, are very comprehensive and clear. And we need to make sure that these topics actually really do apply to a multi-sector perspective, not just saying that, right? Like actually thinking about what does that look like. All of you in this room are always 10 steps ahead of me and don't even want to talk about strategies. You want to talk about implementation. So what do we do? What are we going to do? What does this look like? What do we do every day? How do I implement this? So we got a lot of implementation feedback. No surprise to anyone. People want to know about where's the money? How do we do this, right? How do we fund this? They also want to know how do we measure any of this? How do we evaluate it, right? So these 2 things and thinking about resources, we need to make sure when we finalize the plan, we're really pointing people in directions and how we're going to frame this out. We also need to make sure that we're including those stakeholders in the conversation, right? Philanthropy, corporate America, thinking about these entities and why they're important to the conversation. And we also need to make sure, as always, we're still talking to community at the end of the day. These topics, while they've always been relevant, what they look like in practice day to day, it changes because community needs change, right? So we need to be flexible in that and leave room for that when we're publishing a plan. All right, so our great friends at CNHI, you all know last year I talked about the 6 dimensions. We've had a lot of conversation over the past week of the USDA ending some measurement around food insecurity. Jersey, we've been measuring all the different dimensions around food security. As we've all known, the USDA measure is one part of food insecurity, right? There's different dimensions. We've been talking about those different dimensions, and through the strategic plan, we've been partnering with CNHI to measure across them. So we've done a food system expert survey. Many of you in this room participated to talk about sustainability. What does the food system and food production look like in the state of New Jersey? What do we need? And then we did resident surveys. We did about 1,000 people across the state, and then we did deep dives in about 9 areas. So this data is going to be in the strategic plan, and then the raw data de-identified is going to be made available to all of you to use, okay? So you are gonna have that data, and hopefully we'll continue using those measures and be able to have many more stars all across New Jersey and do those deep dives. So as an example, this is just one figure of some of the amazing data we've been able to collect. It is scaled so that a larger number is more positive in that area of food security, and a lower number, people aren't doing as well in that area of food security. So people in New Jersey, right now, what we are hearing back is food access, people are feeling pretty good about. Makes sense. Food access is things like WIC, SNAP, right? We've got programs around that. What we're scoring lower on is things like being engaged in your food system and policy around it, maybe about food availability depending on what pantries are in your area. So this is the kind of information that we're gonna be making public to you all to inform your decision making. So what happens now that we have a strategic plan? So as many of you saw when you commented, the strategic plan is that top half. It ends at the strategy conversation. They're still pretty broad. They're the why. They're the areas, they're the topics, they're the avenues that we're navigating, right? We talk about mission, vision, we were mandated to do a strategic plan. The strategy are those 5 that I reviewed before. What comes next is implementation, right? That's you all. So I can assume that everyone in this room does not want me writing a strategic plan for your organization and telling you what to do, correct? You get to decide what you want to do. So what we'll have with the strategic plan is a toolkit. It'll pull best practices in those avenues for you, and you can develop your own action plan and how you see yourself fitting into these areas, right? That's up to you. It's up to your resources, what your community needs. You get to dictate that, okay? So for example, OFSA will have its own action plan that comes from the strategic plan, right? Jasmine from City Green might have their own City Green action plan that feeds into what we're talking about here in New Jersey, right? So we'll have templates for you, we'll have toolkits for you, so you can hopefully plug and play because you already are doing the good work. What we're doing is helping us all get organized so we're on the same page, going in the same direction, okay? And that's really exciting that we're all gonna be able to talk about the work across all these sectors all together is amazing. You guys are going to rock it. I am so excited for this year. I get goosebumps every time I think about it. So I'm so excited to make sure you all have those resources, and then we're all collaborating and being transparent with each other about what lane you're deciding to have a very loud voice in. Because if it's up to one person to resolve it, we're still gonna be in the situation that we're in now, right? We all have to do this together. So let's bring up my fabulous panel and look at taking action in reality, because we have our fabulous Trenton Health Team Food Insecurity Index. So I'm gonna bring up my lovely panel, please. There's Matthew. Thank you. Excellent, Jennifer. We got Colleen. Amazing. And I am gonna grab a clock right there. Thank you. All right, amazing. So there's the clicker for you guys. Matthew's gonna kick us off. So I'm gonna let my lovely esteemed panel introduce themselves, but we've got some amazing Jersey representation of people using data to inform their work, which is what we all wanna be doing, and in different ways, right? Correct. So to level set again, we're gonna kick off with Matthew to make sure everyone in the room knows about what the Food Insecurity Index is. Can I get a show of hands if you have used the Food Insecurity Index that Trent Health Team has built? Oh, look at that. That's a good number of hands.
Makes my job easy.
All right, so I'm going to kick it over to you, Matthew. Go for it.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Matthew Broad. I'm the Director of Programs at the Trenton Health Team, or as we like to call it, THT. THT is one of 4 regional health hubs in the state. Our mission is to improve the health and well-being of the greater Trenton community. We do that by partnering with community, providing innovative services, and fostering collaboration. In our role as a convener, we co-facilitate and staff the Mercer County Food Stakeholders, which is a coalition of over 50 organizations working in collaboration to promote food security in Mercer County. I'm here today to talk about our statewide Food Insecurity Index, and as shown by all of the hands across the room, my job should be pretty easy. So I will go through this relatively quickly, but again, I think I've seen a ton of familiar faces, many of which attended our listening sessions over the last year, so some of this should sound pretty familiar. I love talking about the process of constructing the Food Insecurity Index. So this project was over 3 years in the making. We drew initial inspiration from Passaic County. So during the pandemic, our co-facilitator at Rutgers Cooperative Center, Mercer County, showed us this tool that they had created, and we loved it. I shared it with our data team, and we had a conversation about replicating the tool for Mercer County. There were a couple of key tweaks we wanted to make. So one of the first things we did is we dived into the research, all the precedent research, looking at what was out there related to measuring food insecurity. We looked at the map the meal gap data. We looked at the NJEDA food desert analysis. We looked at work that was done in Detroit. We looked at work that was done internationally. And we found about 37 different variables that were out there related to food insecurity. So that was our starting point. We then convened a steering committee. So initially just focused on Mercer County, about 10 organizations, and we wanted to create this tool through a participatory process. And when I say participatory, fully participatory. So our steering committee was reviewing the results of the principal components analysis. They were looking at the variables. They determined the variable reduction, the weight. So we took feedback through the entire process, and after about 6-7 months, we published the first Mercer County Food Insecurity Index. That was out in community, and the Office of the Food Security Advocate actually reached out to us about replicating that process with 2 additional counties. And I want to pause there and first just thank Dr. Jenny and Mark for inviting me to speak here today, and also for supporting this project. So then again, we replicated the participatory process with the additional counties, and about a year later, we published the Tri-County Food Insecurity Index. And then over the last 6 months, we've actually been out across the state doing listening sessions. So many of you folks attended those listening sessions in the process of creating a statewide version. So we were talking about kind of what type of user experience and functionality the final tool would have, and we published the tool earlier in June. So what is the Food Insecurity Index? I'm going to go through this relatively quickly because I think many folks are familiar with it. It is a tool that highlights the intensity of food insecurity at the block group level, which is as granular as census data gets. A block group does vary in size depending on population density, but it's roughly between 6 to 300 people. It's displayed on an interactive map, and it has additional information about demographics, chronic conditions that is being pulled from mainly the census, but there is CDC places data for those chronic conditions. The components of the index. So these 11 variables create the score, and as mentioned, these variables were selected by our steering committee. So we have measures of need, I'm not going to read all of them, measures of access to food, and demographic measures. All of these variables are coming from the census. They are weighted differently. You could read about our methodology on the tool, but this was determined in partnership with our steering committee, and this relates to the social and demographic factors related to a person's ability to purchase and or access food. So in thinking about the 6 dimensions, this is very focused on food access, and in particular, the demand side. So it does not include things like retail, food assets, or pantries. That is information that can be layered on top of this, which I will share in a bit. So this is what the tool looks like. We can't go through the full demo, but when you kind of land on the map, as mentioned, it's interactive. And in the process of doing the statewide version, we had 6 sessions across the state. We engaged over 75 different individuals representing a variety of different types of organizations. We shared this map, and we said, does this make sense? And at face value, it did. So many of the organizations in this room that are on the front line could tell you where folks are experiencing food insecurity in their communities. So this information should not look new. What is novel about this tool is that this puts a visual, it puts a value to what you already know. And this is very helpful from an advocacy standpoint, getting everyone on the same page using the same data. It's very helpful from a grant writing standpoint. So when we were asking folks how do they want to use the tool at their organization, they said, well, I want to be able to kind of filter the map, look at the information I'm interested in, and turn it into a PDF and put it in a grant application. And that functionality was built into this tool. I know many of the folks in this room rely on grants for funding. You could go in, filter the map, turn it to a PDF, upload it as a supporting document in your grant application, and that may be as deeply as you want to use the tool. On the other side, what we call power users, you might want to export the data. You might want to bring it into your own ArcGIS software, or to a CSV and do your own analysis. That functionality is also built into the tool. So I think that there are different levels of comfortability in using these types of ArcGIS tools, and we've tried to make it as easy as possible, and there's a great tutorial when you land on this page. There is a lot of toggling on and off, so if something's not working, you might have multiple things toggled on, but again, you could always go back to the tutorial. So a lot of the work that we're doing is focused on Mercer County, so we're going to zoom into Mercer County for a second. You could kind of filter it by whatever county you want to look at within the tool itself. So looking at Mercer County, as you could see, the deeper the purple reflects, the higher the likelihood of food insecurity. And looking at Mercer, I could see that there's a concentration of food insecurity in Trenton, the surrounding areas, and also outside in the Princeton, East Windsor Heightstown area, which makes sense given kind of the partners working in this space. This reflects what we're also seeing on the ground in partnership with the organizations we're working with. From here, you could even dive deeper into those individual block groups. So if you were to click on a block group, as mentioned, it's interactive. You will get the percentages for those 11 scoring variables, but you could also scroll down, learn a bit more about the demographics and the chronic conditions information if it's available. So this might be the level at which you want to interact with the tool, but as mentioned, you could definitely dig deeper. So beyond identifying food insecurity. So when we were doing that precedent research and diving into the literature, where most of the different indexes out there ended was with just identifying food insecurity. We wanted to take it a step further initially in Mercer County. So we also wanted to characterize the food insecurity so that our partners could create strategies and interventions to promote food security in those different areas. So through the statewide implementation, we've added additional segments, and we now have 8 different segments. And what a segment is, it is a combination of 1 or 2 variables in addition to having a high food insecurity index score. So what does that look like in practicality? So here are our current segments. These were defined by our partners, and we basically solicited these through the outreach we've done across the state. Again, I'm not going to read all of these, but for example, the SNAP underutilization segment is the percentage of households not using SNAP, individuals at or below the poverty level in combination with a high food insecurity index score. And each of these segments is also filterable on a map. So in creating these segments, we wanted to have practical examples of how they could be used. So in particular, focusing on the SNAP underutilization segment for a second, these might be areas where that if you have a SNAP navigation program, you may want to target outreach. The single parent segment was something that we actually heard feedback from our partners is these are areas where you might want to co-locate food pantries in schools, libraries, where folks might have time constraints, and you could have multiple resources in one location. Again, this is all available on the map. So right now, this is the limited English segment. So the deeper the reddish orange color, the higher the score in that particular area. You could look at all 8 segments on the map. Again, you could also filter within the map itself. And I'm going to just talk very specifically about a particular use case in Mercer County. So what you're seeing here is the index as the base layer, and we've worked with Mercer Street Friends Food Bank and a number of the other organizations in Mercer County to layer the asset information on top. This is how many other communities are using the tool. So the circles being food pantries, the triangles being meal sites. And what we learned in looking at this data in combination is that there was definitely a gap within that West Trenton area, which you could kind of see to the left-hand side. And working with our partners, many of which are in the room today, they were able to channel mobile resources into those neighborhoods. And that might be an actual mobile pantry, a mobile meal truck, but this is also organizations going out and dropping off food at organizations that were within that community. And in partnership with Mercer Street Friends, they're spearheading an effort now to open a choice pantry and resource hub right in the middle of the neighborhood with the highest need and the most limited number of resources. So again, I'm happy to talk about the tool further, take questions, but I am going to pass it over to my co-panelists.
Round of applause for Trenton Health Team and an incredible resource. So it is my pleasure to be our first moderator of the day. I get the fun session of doing it all in an hour. So I'm going to ask our other panelists to introduce themselves and share a little bit about how they've been working with the index on the ground.
Sure. So good morning. My name is Colleen Marr, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Somerset County Administrator. It's a role that I have been in at the last 5 years, and food security has really become a top-level conversation in the county for probably the last 2.5 years. Should I just start right in, or?
For it.
Okay. So I sit here today because we are using the index. And I was asked to come and talk about how we are using it in Somerset County so that maybe those of you in this room can leave here together with a little bit more information. So we use it every day. I have to tell you, we use it every day. It is housed in our Department of Human Services. It is an index that we see great value, but we also needed to figure out how are we going to use it. We knew it had value, but how are we going to get it out onto the streets? So what we have done is we took the index and then we overlaid the index with two other sources of information, utilizing our GIS. We used our Somerset County opioid overdose map, and then we used our aging map from Rutgers, because we wanted to see more information that maybe we're taking for granted. And once we understood that, then we tried to figure out how are we going to get out into the community. So I am fortunate that I have 5 individuals that I work with at the Somerset County Board of Commissioners who understood that food was becoming a real issue, and we needed to talk about it more, because they understood that government is a credible source of information, that we have to be in the conversation, we need to lean into the conversation. So we then created, over a 2-year cycle, and this was, we just finished the first year, we launched a community outreach program. And I want you to think about it as almost canvassing, knocking door to door. We needed to bring information directly to our residents. And we took the index, we did the 2 overlays, and we went literally into specific neighborhoods. And we have a goal over the next 2 years. We just finished up, we started in April, and we just finished up in September, year 1, going to all of our 21 municipalities and knocking on doors. And the picture that you see here is what our canvassers look like. We branded them, we gave them information. Chanel Robinson is standing directly in the middle. And in our first year, we knocked on 96,000 doors. We had 18,000 conversations. We did over 500 direct touches with services. And we gave out over close to 1,400 Narcan, because we really understood that people who are having food security issues have other issues. And the outreach that we did was met, because we really weren't sure how it was going to be met, to be perfectly honest with you, right? In the climate that we're living, knocking on doors, government going up to a door, how that was going to be. But I have to tell you, we hired from the community, so that when we went into the neighborhoods, the canvassers looked like, you know, they were a lot of times their neighbors, or they understood, and we made sure that we had bilingual. So right there, we thought that was really a home run. And what came out of that, you know, we also have what we call our human service navigator that works specifically with food issues. So when those residents had issues, we had a specific place that they could go to a website. We were tracking that. We had phone numbers so that we could literally not have these individuals get lost once they trusted us to open the door and have these conversations. Another way that we have used the index, and it was mentioned, with grants. We have a grant writer at the county, and we have really tried to make the grant writer really do more nonprofit, public and private partnerships with our grants. So we literally did a grant that would be for food lockers. We picked 2 towns, and I believe it was Bound Brook and Manville. And the information that we needed for that grant was literally at our fingertips. So thank you for that. Because we know we have to be competitive, and we know that data is really what is going to ultimately get the money that we need. And I would say the third thing that we have done with the index is our GIS mapping. And if you can see, that's the other picture right there. So we knew every county has a GIS department. We knew that we wanted to do a little bit more. So we did our food bank and our food pantry location, and we used your mapping tool to help us. And then we also reached out, our GIS department reached out to Middlesex and Mercer, who had already been part of this original group, to have the GIS individuals talk amongst each other. So that was really a wonderful byproduct, and I would just say it's been a wonderful tool, and Somerset County would love to talk to anybody as we leave here today in how we can do more.
Thank you. Amazing. Okay, I think this is our one and only double Jennifer panel of the morning, so I'm going to pass to Jennifer now to talk to the amazing work that's also happening in Middlesex.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jennifer Apostle. I'm the director for Replenish, which is the Middlesex County Food Bank. We are a network of over 135 food pantries, food banks, community kitchens, and social service organizations throughout Middlesex County, and we are embedded in Middlesex County government. And I want to thank Mark and Jenny and the OFSA team for giving Middlesex County an opportunity to be part of the initial Tri-County Food Insecurity Index. Thank you to Matthew and the team for your work on this. And in Middlesex County, our GIS team integrated the index into our Healthy Food Access Map. So we've had this Healthy Food Access Map that depicts on a map where all our food pantries are, farmers markets, grocery retailers, and transportation routes. And this map is available in English and Spanish, and it has filters by day of the week and who accepts SNAP and WIC. So we overlaid that onto the Food Insecurity Index. We also had the opportunity through partnering with OFSA to work with Katie Martin and More Than Food Consulting. And last summer we rolled out the capacity assessment with our pantry partners. So we also have this additional data as to how our pantries are functioning, what level of service they're providing within the community. So by overlaying these components together, we can see where our areas of highest need are, where our resources are currently located, and at what capacity they are currently functioning. So this really gives us a great sense for where there are strengths and where there are gaps and opportunities to deploy resources to more effectively and efficiently meet community needs. So here you can see some of the layers that we have on our map and the icons that we use to identify those resources. You can see the little light bulb, the blue light bulb is the capacity assessment scores. And here is what it looks like when you click on some of those icons. You can see the operating information for any particular pantry or organization with their days and hours of operation, contact information, and any specific information about how to access those resources. And then when you click on the blue light bulb, you see their capacity assessment scores for their functionality in culture, choice, and connection to community resources. And so this really just kind of validates for us a lot of the anecdotal information that we thought we knew, and so this kind of validates what we already expected or knew. And here you can see, this happens to be, I think, Perth Amboy, and you can see the deepest shades of purple where the areas of highest need are and where the pantries in Perth Amboy are currently located. So by looking at this, it gives us an opportunity to work together and kind of figure out how can we get more resources into those areas. And in Middlesex County, we also have local coalitions in some of our high need areas. So there is a coalition of pantries in Perth Amboy, New Brunswick, Woodbridge, and Metuchen Edison. And I have been working with some of those coalitions to use this tool and strategize amongst the groups to figure out how they can deploy resources. I've also been partnering with Elijah's Promise, our largest soup kitchen in Middlesex County. We are working together to get more prepared meals into these higher need areas. So we've been working together, looking at the map, figuring out how they can maximize the meals, getting them to replenish, and having us help to get them into these high need areas through some of our existing partners or creating new partnerships. Thank you.
Awesome. So it's very clear, a lot of this work is really efficient when you have something like a coalition, right? You're not doing it all by yourself. You have partners, you're working together. And something like the index, to me, feels like kind of a unifier, right? You can have partners come around it. It's a tangible thing you all can discuss. So can you all talk about how the index has kind of catalyzed partnerships or the way you do the work, not just in your own organization, but working in collaboration with people? And Matthew, I'm going to start with you because you have a phenomenal example through Mercer Street Friends and a lot of the great work that you've done. But if you could talk about how this can unify conversations across kind of partnerships with organizations would be awesome.
Sure. So there's a smaller coalition in Mercer County called the Mercer County Food Security Leaders, Homefront, Mercer Street Friends, Arm in Arm, Jewish Family and Children's Services, and the Rescue Mission. And as a team, we spent numerous days looking at the index, looking at where there are gaps in current services, and strategizing different ways to move initially with mobile resources into those neighborhoods. But I mentioned the longer-term plan for the Choice Pantry that will be operated by Homefront and some of the wraparound services that will be provided by a number of different partner organizations. But yeah, we spent, I think it was 2 meetings just clicking into the different block groups, learning a little bit more about those neighborhoods, thinking about, all right, where is this in relation to these cross streets? What organizations are currently there? Can we go out and talk to those organizations, learn a little bit more about what's happening on the ground? We've also structured surveys in that way. So we've used the index to determine areas where we want to go out and actually do a interview or a focus group or a listening session or a survey. So that's some of the ways we've been using the index. I think it's a great starting place. It's not the end-all, be-all. You definitely want to use it in combination with other information, but it's definitely a great kind of unifier, and you could definitely spend numerous hours looking at the map and clicking into all those different areas.
It's like a book club, right?
Yes.
Somerset, what do partnerships look like with you all, and what happens when you look at data together, and does it help make conversations kind of more purposeful?
Sure. So I would tell you, because we were asked to come into the index, because meeting Mark, and really talking more out loud about food insecurity in Somerset County, we realized we needed to really start a coalition. We had pockets of very strong food banks, food pantries, the farmers, but we knew, again, that government had to do more. So we are probably at about a year into a true coalition, which we are bringing people at the table. So we are having wonderful conversations now. Just beginning of the summer, I made sure that we, as we call our Fab Four, which are our main food banks and food pantries in Somerset County, I brought them into our Somerset County Business Partnership, which is our large chamber of commerce. That idea of putting them in front of our business community and asking, making sure they understood each other was really important, because the business community wants to help, but they just don't know maybe what to help with, right? So pro bono was like #1 things off the top, and so we're working towards that. We also, because of the mapping and the coalition, are now working with our county Board of Education, because we really recognize that part of the barrier here is the school application, the free and reduced, or the lack of, the numbers. It was shocking to me, to be perfectly honest, where New Jersey falls, and shocking to me where our county was. So the coalition, and again, it all starts with data, right? So we thank you for the data. Use the map, use the map, use the map. But now we are seeing where these conversations are going. And in just 1 month of leaning into the free and reduced application issue, which is very low rates, we have signed up or helped close to 140 families in 1 month that probably would never have had these applications. So we just see the intersection between the nonprofits, government. We see our farmers, because we have an agricultural component, strong agricultural component in Somerset County, and it is all sort of tied together, but with the index.
Thank you. Amazing. Jennifer, Middlesex?
Yeah, I mean, the data certainly allows us to strengthen our networks and coalitions. It gives us the tools and resources to have those conversations and figure out, how to further develop the partnerships that we're building with one another, and how to, strengthen our work together. So I know we're using it in New Brunswick. We're working with Rutgers and the Voorhees Fellows to do an evaluation of the New Brunswick pantries this fall semester, and I know this index is going to be very integral in the work that the students are going to do. Also in Metuchen and Edison, we've worked with those pantries through the Meal Coalition. And we have a great relationship with the Office of Business Engagement in Middlesex County, and we had a summit with them back in the spring, and we're looking forward to doing that annually, highlighting the efforts of Replenish and our food security partners across the county in front of the business partners. I also work with the county superintendents of schools, and I made a presentation to them a couple weeks ago, and I highlighted the map at that presentation as well, and encouraging the county superintendents to use the tool and encourage them to help get the families to complete that school meal application. So yeah, this has been really impactful for us across Middlesex County.
Awesome, thank you. So, for the people in the room that maybe have not looked at the index or used it, we're gonna go back this way. I'm gonna start with you, Jennifer. How would you suggest someone starts using it in their place of work or the efforts that how did you start? You open the index and then how did you start?
Open the index, click around, just click around, right? Just, click on the different fields and filters and, zoom in to the different areas that you're interested in. And again, some of this is kind of obvious. It's like, what you already assumed to be true, and this really just validates that and puts the facts and figures in front of you. And then it will help you make decisions and figure out what partners you need to pull in. Yeah.
So, and you just said Somerset has done a lot of growth in the past year around doing coalition work, right? So how would you suggest if I was in a county and I don't maybe have a coalition that's active or working on building a coalition, how would you suggest someone can start by using something like this to start a conversation?
Sure. So first of all, I think if you make sure you have the index, and I think you've got a really good partner here, right to my left, right, because they created this, right? So don't be shy in reaching out to the creators of this, because they were such good help for us in Somerset County when we spent a lot of time working on it before it was actually launched. You need to find a couple champions, right? Because you can't do it alone. And I would encourage you, if your county is not necessarily as involved as Middlesex and Somerset and Mercer, you can always call any of us within those three counties, I am sure, right, to really talk about a roadmap if you feel like maybe you need to draw attention to it. I have no problem with picking up a phone, calling my peer in any of the other 20 counties and saying, hey, because we know this is a statewide issue. Somerset County got involved because the Assembly Speaker talked about it out loud. And when Craig Coughlin talks so passionately about why we should be doing more, that is when I realized in Somerset County that we could actually do more. Like, we need to do it. We have to talk out loud about it. And so when we saw the index and we reached out to our partners and we decided to really go to the business community and the schools, because we all fundamentally are struggling with the same issues, because we should not have our residents going to bed hungry.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm gonna let Matthew also answer that, but close us out to talk about what we're doing with the index this year. Like, what is Trenton Health Team and OFSA doing with the index going forward?
So I like to say we created the index because I think it was really a team effort. So every organization that participated on the steering committee or came to a listening session, that feedback was really incorporated in the final tool. So we might have built the ArcGIS map, but everything else was kind of a team effort. I also think I forgot to mention TASK when I was talking about the food security leaders earlier today. So Trenton Area Soup Kitchen, they're in the room. I can't forget to shout them out. What we're doing moving forward. So one thing that we are doing right now is collecting stories. So we're going to be working on a couple particular case studies of how organizations have used the tool. So we've done, as mentioned, we've done some of the work looking at assets. We've done some survey work. You've heard about some of the work in Somerset and Mercer, but we're interested in hearing stories. So if you are an organization that have used the tool and you want to highlight your work, reach out to us. We want to amplify those. Within the tool itself, there's this little thing at the top where you can provide feedback. So we're still always taking feedback. We're continually working to refine this. So if there's something that's not working and there's something you want to be able to do better within the tool itself, please do provide that feedback. We're going to be making some updates. And as Dr. Jenny mentioned, we want to make this tool have kind of the best functionality for county-level coalitions. So we're going to be doing some work. There is the ability now to kind of filter by individual counties. But we're going to be doing some work looking at the data to maybe create a different kind of level of granularity of data for the counties themselves. So right now, everything's at the state level, but we're going to be doing some work to maybe be able to come up with some, I don't want to say county-specific scores because I don't want to promise too much, but that's some of the work we're doing over the remainder of this year into next. So always looking for feedback. You could reach out to me directly. You could provide the feedback in the tool itself. But this is not a static tool. We're going to continue to update it. We are making the commitment to update it yearly when the new census data comes out, but in the interim, there are definitely opportunities for us to continue to refine the tool. And so again, reach out to us directly. We're happy to help, or reach out to any of the other panelists that have used the tool. They have great examples, and we're continuing to collect more.
So as we close out, I want to just leave you with one thought. I mentioned earlier how when we took the index, we did the overlay with our overdose fatality map. And we did that purposefully because we really wanted to also see what was going on the ground. And what we've also realized, because we know that funding is really critical for the work that you do. So we have seen the direct correlation of using some of our opioid settlement dollars and food distribution and food supplies in the form of grants. So for all of those in government who have that funding, and it's like 25 years of funding straight ahead, I would sort of encourage you in this room to maybe do a little homework. We have a white paper that Somerset County has done on this that we would be happy to share.
Thank you. Round of applause for my wonderful panel, making my job look easy. Amazing. So sadly, this is my last moment on stage with you all today, but it was a pleasure. Thank you so much for everything you all have contributed to the strategic plan, informing the index. All of this is, I've said it on LinkedIn, like this is you, New Jersey. Like we have listened, we have built it every step of the way, the index, the strategic plan. It's yours. We want it to be successful because we want you to be successful, right? Call us, text us, reach out to us. We all want to collectively work together to make this a beautiful, continued beautiful state that's doing amazing food security work. So a round of applause for all of you because you did all this. And I'm going to pass to my good friend Derek, I believe, right? Yes, there he is. I couldn't see him.
Another round of applause for that incredible panel, folks, please. I've actually had the pleasure of working with each one of those panel members. I've nerded out with Dr. Jenny on logic models and outcomes-based data and impact. Matt, where's Matt? Did you leave the room, Matt? Brother Matt, of course, on all that data, the needs, right? And then also the next tier is that asset mapping. So that way we're going to reduce redundancy and duplication of efforts and things of that nature. And then Colleen Marr, who's been an incredible partner at the county, really helping to kind of put that bridge between the public and the private sector. So an incredibly gifted, nerdy bunch of folks that I love working with as a fellow nerd. So coming to the stage now, I'm not going to spend too much time because this person does not need a big, long intro because we all know the work that he does to support this movement. Over the years, prior to working in this food security space, I worked in education for almost 30 years, right? Which is crazy for someone who looks like he's 31, 32. But no, I spent a lot of years in education, and I've worked with a lot of different politicians at the local level, state level, federal level. Most politicians mean well, talk a big game. This particular legislator means well and backs it up. He is on the front lines fighting for us each and every day. I've seen it with my own eyes. Yes, you can clap your hands. I haven't even mentioned the brother's name yet, but you can go ahead and clap. He's on the front lines each and every day, listening. Yeah, a politician that listens. It's incredible. He listens to the people that not only need the help, but have the solutions to help address food insecurity. He's an incredible listener. He's an incredible partner. He has a brilliant mind, born and raised in this state of New Jersey, and cares deeply for the people that we support and serve, and all the folks in this room and all of our staff and teams back where we work. He cares deeply for the effort that we're all putting towards addressing food insecurity, and believes that New Jersey can continue to be a trailblazer and a model that the rest of the country will look to and want to replicate. So without any further ado, please give yourselves a very, very, very warm applause to celebrate the work of Speaker Craig Coughlin.
That's all? I mean, sorry. I'm not really good at many things. Thank you all very much. Thank you for that incredibly warm introduction. Thank you for that incredibly warm reception. It is always a pleasure to be here. It's especially great to be around people who are changing the world, and that's what all of you are doing. I get a lot of credit, and I take it, but I'm not that stupid, and I got to get elected. So, but the truth of the matter is, here's what you do, and I recommend this to everyone out there. Here's what you do. You surround yourself with people who are smart, who are hardworking, who are dedicated, who are genuinely caring, and who are nerdy about the things that they know can make a difference, and then are willing to give you the credit for it. So thank you all. And thank you for that. And thank you for being here. And truly, thank you for what you do. And I thank you especially to the folks at the Office of Food Advocacy. I would never get it right. And we created it. The Office of Food Security Advocate. It's a little mouth. We couldn't come up with a longer title, so that's what we went with. Thank you for that. Thank you to my colleague in the legislature, Assemblywoman Shama Hader, who is here. Give her a round of applause. She's the chairwoman of the committee that oversees the food insecurity. We've made that now part of a committee specifically because we want to do it. I do want to thank my friend Colleen Marr. I came in the wrong door, but I got here just in time to hear her say nice things about me. So Colleen, thank you for that, and thank you for what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that I'm not going to be nerdy about any of this stuff. I'm going to try to be a shameless cheerleader for this, for the work that you do, for the work that we've done, and for the things that are going to come. Because there's no greater force in the fight against food hunger today than the folks right here in this room, led by the Office of the Food Security Advocate. Thank you for what you do. You're changing the world every day. And with that, I want to extend a warm welcome to the folks from outside the state of New Jersey. Welcome to the greatest state in the nation. We have the best pizza, we have the best bagels, and we absolutely have the best food security office in the nation. If for no other reason, then we have the only food security advocate in the nation. But even if there were others, we'd be the best. And so welcome to everybody, and feel free to take notes. And go home and bring it to your county. I can tell you this. I was once, there once was a president who cared about food insecurity. And I was lucky enough to be invited to a conference that he had in Washington just a few years ago. It was first since President Johnson's. But President Biden brought us all together. Remember, he committed to ending hunger by 2030. And what I got to hear in the breakout rooms that followed were people from other states talking about things, really great things in aspirational terms. And I remember smiling to myself thinking, yeah, we already did that. Yeah, we already did that. Yeah, that's done. So, but that's who we are. So that's who we are. And it's because of you. And so it is truly one of my great privileges to be with you today to talk about that. Now, let's be honest. Despite all of our efforts, food insecurity remains a stubborn challenge, and candidly, we don't have a friend in Washington. Now, beating national averages is nice, but as a state as strong and resourceful as we are, and fortunate, we still know that too many children go to bed hungry, that too many parents have to worry about it every day, to worry about where they're feeding their family and where their next meal are coming from. But despite that, I can tell you that I have never been more bullish about the work that we do and the future than I am right now. Now, why? Well, because every year people ask me what is the most important bill you pass. And it's a simple answer, and it's the same every year. It's the budget, the state budget, $58 billion this year. But I'm reminded of what President Biden said. We really do miss him, don't we? Don't tell me about your priorities. Show me your budget, and I'll tell you what your priorities are. Now, by that measure, New Jersey has made food security one of our very top priorities. And this year, we're doubling down to make sure that important programs are supported through state funding. Once again, we maintained the $85 million that we start off with for funding of the state's emergency food banks. And we made sure that a portion of that now gets spent on Jersey-grown produce, helping keep our farmers thriving and our families well-fed. It's hard to be a farmer. All of you who know it, who have engaged with them, know that it's a challenge, right? You have to have rain, not too much, not too little. You have to have the right temperature, not too hot, not too cold. And by the way, you can't set the price for your goods. So helping them out, providing a way for them to keep a market that's sturdy and stable is terrific. And we've done that. We've doubled down on that. Now, in conversations with the big six, if you will, of the emergency food organizations, and I see many, if not all of you here today, thank you for what you're doing, for your leadership. We're committed to ensuring that the local distribution agencies are making sure that more gets out to the food banks as possible, or to the food pantries, I should say, because I think we've all heard on the ground that the demand for food now is sort of like it was during the pandemic, but without the virus. And our approach to fighting food insecurity continues to evolve. That's why we invested another $1.6 million in a fund to look for new ways and solutions for the fight. For example, the Office of Food Security Advocate has identified agricultural innovations, and I think you'll hear it from now, as one of their very top targets. And I can't thank you, Dr. Jenny, as Mark likes to refer to her, Jenny, as I call her, and Mark, for your leadership in that and coming up with innovative ways. That's what we do. That's what makes us the national leader, because we don't stand around. We don't live on our laurels. We go forward, and that's what all of you do every day. How are we going to better connect farmers to markets? Well, that's one of the things we're working on. And to reduce things like transportation and food waste in the process, right? I didn't think when I started getting involved in doing something to make sure that New Jersey led the fight in food insecurity, that one of the things I'd worry about was trucks, refrigerated trucks, refrigeration, those kind of things. Now I understand how important they are. They are, because we don't have a food shortage. We have a getting food to hungry people shortage. And those are the things that are really going to change those things and reduce things like transportation costs and things that we've done. We're also very, very fortunate that private philanthropy, and some of you are here this morning, thank you for being here. I urge you to invest in the state of New Jersey. Invest in the people in this room who you know have gotten things done and are going to do even better things with your help. So I thank you for being here and helping us identify innovations that I think will be helpful. And we appreciate what you've done. We're also, again, funding free school meals. Again, we did it. But sadly, even though we've added the money to capture another 70,000 kids, that's the kind of numbers we're talking about in New Jersey, right? We don't just add more kids, we add a whole lot of kids, right? Give you an example, when the summer EBT first started last year, there were some 15 states or so, 12 or 15 states that turned down the money. They should have sent it here. We managed to add 700,000 people that year. We don't talk in small scale. We don't talk about little numbers. We talk big numbers. So when you said, I heard somebody talking about laying out a map with things that were going to be a smaller scale. Don't. Do it big. Do it big. That's what we're capable of. That's what we have. And we're going to be able to spread that around. So, but people aren't taking advantage of that. I think all of you know who are connected with that kind of, that portion of the food insecurity fight, that too many people don't take advantage of those meals. And so we've added another $500,000 in the budget to make sure that there's a campaign so people understand that. And I want to thank a true partner in this process, Secretary Ed Wengren, who is here. Secretary, give him a big round of applause. And Ed is putting together a plan to help us roll that out so we can reach out to parents. But awareness isn't enough because too many parents still can't find the way to sign up, or frankly, as many of you now know, they're afraid to sign up, or they don't want to sign up. In fact, Mark and I were talking about this morning the fact that there anecdotally has heard that parents are asking to be withdrawn from receiving SNAP benefits because they're afraid of what the consequences of that might be. But we're going to work on that solution too. That's why I'm sponsoring some legislation. I'm breaking news right here. Write this down. Yeah, actually, every news service has that. Breaking news, right? I heard it 3 days ago, and I'm breaking the news anymore. I'll be sponsoring some legislation to require every school district that participates in food meal programs to place a simple, direct application icon on their homepage so that everybody has a chance to do that. That way, every parent knows exactly where to go. And no parent or no child can miss out on a meal just because of some red tape. That's the kind of things we need to change and focus on if we're going to accomplish our mission. I'm excited about all those new initiatives, and I think they'll make a really meaningful difference. Now, here in New Jersey, we've already made sure that families have the strongest support in the nation with a $95 a month minimum SNAP benefit. Something we stepped up to when the cliff came at the federal level last year, as many of you remember. We stepped up and funded it ourselves. And so right now we're facing some challenges. And as I said before, and we have an insidious opponent in Washington. It's called the Big Beautiful Bill Act. I guess beauty's in the eye of the beholder. That law will require new semi-annual recertification processes for SNAP applicants and recipients, just to prove that they're working in school or in volunteer. Now, for many of these people, working is going to be a challenge. They can't necessarily work from home. They can't necessarily get out of the house. And they can't necessarily handle all of the paperwork. Or there's some other impediment to getting them done. But it's critically important that they continue to have the support that they need, that they be able to support their family, feed their family, do those things that we all work about and work for and think about every day. So here's what we're going to do. I'll be introducing another piece of legislation to create an Office of Volunteerism to give people straightforward access and the ability to volunteer by helping their community and doing it in a way that makes sense for them, so they can achieve that and be recertified. Yeah, I wish you would clap for that, because that's a good idea. It's one of those that I don't think I really had it, but I stole it. It's pretty good. It's going to work. So if you can't work, if you can volunteer, maybe you can volunteer from home, right? Maybe you can do some things around making your community better from there. And so if you have a couple of kids and you can't get out of the door, you don't have childcare, you don't have all those things, let's find a way. We can't change the big, beautiful bill, at least not for a while. But we can find a way to make people be able to be eligible if it's in place. And this is one of the ways that we're going to be able to do it. So, the Trump administration will cancel millions of dollars for New Jersey farmers as well. That's part of the process. But we are the Garden State. And so this budget makes sure that our farmers have a seat at the table. And that's why we're restoring the funding to the local purchase access assistance and to the local food for schools program. That's $6.8 million dedicated to making sure that fresh, healthy, Jersey-grown food makes the table for school children. And it's a worthy investment. And it's something I'm proud that we're able to do. And speaking of looming cuts from Washington, I want to give credit to the leadership of our the State Department of Human Services. Commissioner Edelman, I don't know if she's here. She often is, but she's just been a terrific team partner and actively preparing New Jersey for the things that are ahead and that we'll face from the law in Washington. Cuts aren't on our doorstep yet, so we have some time, but they'll be here before we know it, and we can't wait to act, and so we're getting ahead of the curve. You know, I have a friend, former Governor Jim McGreevey, you may know. He had a phrase. They would say, "Plan your work and then work your plan," and that's exactly what we're doing, because the days of patchwork and well-intentioned actions are over. Right? They've served their purpose. It's time for us to move on. It's time for us to continue to go about. And now, with your feedback and with the leadership of the security advocates leadership, we can be purposeful and strategic about who needs to help, where they need it, and how we get it to them. That's a monumental shift and a great sign of what is to come. So, as we prepare, what you should know that as we prepare for a new governor, I'm going to make it my mission to protect the work of the Office of Food Security Advocate, no matter who wins the governor's race in November. And that's important work that we continue. So to that end, if you live in Woodbridge, Saraville, South Amboy, Perth Amboy, or Carteret, make sure you get out and vote for me. If not, move. I think you can probably still register. But I'm going to tell you, folks, New Jersey will simply be a leader in the fight of food hunger and fight of food insecurity, and we will be the state that shows the nation what it truly means to end hunger in the state. That's the legacy that we're going to work towards. That's what we're going to strive for. That's what you do every day. I'm privileged to be here with you. Thank you for letting me be here. Thank you for your warm reception. Have a great conference. Keep up the great work. God bless.
Another round of applause for Speaker Coughlin. A true friend of this work and a warrior for the movement. Our partner in this effort and good friend Mark often says, "I owe you a cookie," right? For those of you who know Mark. He also has videos wearing a blonde wig dancing around. Prop. Thank you. I was waiting for this prop. Nice. So it's cookie time, okay? But right before you head out, just as a reminder, right when you get outside the door to your right is the Regency Ballroom, right, where you can do networking and have discussions, and all of this is being live streamed over there. And then you also have the Nourishing Knowledge Resource Hub. And that's where you can share stories and data, there are resources and tools, and you can also record yourself talking about the special work that you do and the special work of this conference. You have 15 minutes. When it's 5 minutes to come back, I will make an announcement. Enjoy your cookies. We'll see you shortly. Thanks, everybody.
gentlemen, we'll be getting started again in 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes until the break ends. Thank you.
All right, folks. Please finish your last cookie and come on in and grab a seat. What's up? What's up? All right, everybody, let's come on in and have a seat. Do I? This person just said I have the best voice. Somehow the rest of you are ignoring it, though. Thank you. Hey! Good. All right, everybody. Please grab a seat so we can get started. So many more wonderful nuggets of information to be shared. All right, as a former educator in New York City, I've shut down many cafeterias, trust me. Y'all don't scare me. All right, I'm gonna put my hand up. We'll start with that easy way to bring us to a place. Put your hands up if you can hear me. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. All right, who's that waving? How you doing? What's up, what's up? All right, everybody. My goodness, thank you so much for coming back in. Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie, little snack. You had a chance to get to the Nourishing Knowledge Resource Hub in the Regency Ballroom. We're about to keep this party going. It's a chatty table over there. Don't let me call you out. Don't let me call you out. I will. It's the worst thing OFSA could have ever done, and that's give me a microphone. Trust me. All right, cool. I just want to do a quick shout out to some friends that I see in the room. There are some special partners that support all of our work. Anybody here from Move for Hunger? Where's my homeboy Adam? I saw Adam earlier. Move for Hunger, love y'all. Crushing it. Got to be some homies from Grow Row. Anybody from Grow Row in the house? What? Oh, man, I love Grow Row. They're good people. Where are my homies from CFBNJ, Community Food Bank of New Jersey? Oh, in the back. Wait, is that Elizabeth back there? Ah, is Kara back there too? What's up, what's up? The whole crew's back there. That's family right there. That's what's up. Good to see you all. Where is one of my incredible mentors and guides and Sherpas in this space, Katie Martin? Is Katie Martin in the house? Oh, Katie Martin. That is the homie right there. If you ever saw The Matrix, y'all? Yeah? The Oracle? So she had a little more melanin than Katie Martin has, but similar with the brilliance. Katie Martin in the house, everybody. All right, awesome. Great. So thank you all for coming back. So many more nuggets of brilliance coming up. So the next panel to come to the stage is the Right to Adequate Food panel. And this panel is going to be amazing. It's going to be moderated by Dr. Chanel Adams-Griffin. She's the administrator, Hudson County Office of Food and Health Equity Services. The folks on the panel, what an amazing team. Chairwoman Shama Hayder is on the panel. Deputy Commissioner Michael J. Wilson is on the panel. Angela Brown from Loving Our Cities. Jasmine Moreno, Director of Community Engagement in City Green. And where's Karen? Karen, I saw you earlier. No, Karen. Oh, there's so many homies in the room. Karen Moskowitz, Founder and Executive Director of New Roots. So please put your hands together for the wonderful panel, Right to Adequate Food.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is certainly a pleasure to be in this room with great minds as we all work collaboratively to combat food insecurity, across the great state of New Jersey. Let me first start by thanking our MC for keeping the day going. Derek, great energy. And to Mark, Jamel, Dr. Dan, Dr. Jenny, and Rose for all they do at OFSA. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you. I am excited for this panel, the right to adequate food, primarily because we know that the work that we do does not stop, it is forever going. And as we are in a world of changing legislation, as we are in a world where our climate is threatened by cuts to supports that families rely on, we are just going to dig a little deeper with the representation we have here. With that, I want to highlight, we heard from Speaker Coughlin this morning. And at last year's conference, the Speaker of the House reminded us of something that was very powerful. It has stuck with me for over 365 days. And I quote, "The best thing to do is to make this work a priority, because once it becomes a priority, then it gets the full force of government attention." I walked away from last year's conference with those words ingrained as both a challenge and a call to action. And here today, 1 year later, I am privileged to sit next to Chairwoman Hayter, because the challenge was met with her leadership in the introduction of Assembly Joint Resolution 229. This has put the right to adequate food squarely into our state's policies conversation. The resolution is not just words on paper. It is a step towards ensuring that every New Jerseyan has access to nutritious, affordable, and culturally appropriate food. With that, I'd like to begin our conversation by turning directly to the author of AJR 229. Chairwoman, the Committee on World Food Security for the United Nations and its high-level panel of experts has said several times that prioritizing the right to adequate food is essential to achieving food security goals. Chairwoman, could you please describe your motivation and thoughts behind your introduction of the New Jersey General Assembly resolution on the right to adequate food?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say a little bit about the committee I chair, Children, Families, and Food Security. And food security is tied in with the welfare of children and families in that committee. We work to expand access to programs for the well-being of families, and food security is right at the top of that list. I was actually, I've been traveling across the state in the last 2 years, going to a lot of the food pantries, food banks. I know a lot of people here. And I realized that we need to do something to bring together all the great work everybody does, and if we cannot do legislation, at least a joint resolution with the governor's signature, which will become a framework for future action in this field. And I was really amazed when I saw that Mexico has made it a constitutional right. It is in their constitution that access to adequate food is a human right. We have not gone that far. We are, I think, quite far from that, particularly under the present environment. But this is our opportunity in New Jersey to push forward, to present a policy which can be used across the board for future action for the food banks and organizations which are already on the ground and others that come up in the future.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And just to get a feel of how our work is interconnected, we're going to kind of rotate through questions and then begin engaging in some dialogue amongst us. So now that we have a better understanding of the framework and the thought process behind the resolution, I'd like to transition to our Deputy Commissioner, Michael Wilson. And as we know, we are entering into a year that will be very trying in terms of individuals who are recipients of SNAP benefits, Medicaid, amongst other general assistance programs. So Deputy Commissioner, as you sit within the Department of Human Services, and you understand how economic access to adequate food is something that's called out several times within this resolution. Benefits that provide the economic access, such as SNAP, are facing massive changes in the next few years. Would you please share your perspective on the right to adequate food, as well as the importance of benefits to creating that economic access?
Hello. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Thank you. I want to begin by sending greetings from Commissioner Sarah Edelman, who couldn't be here today. And I also want to acknowledge the sterling DHS team here, sitting mostly back there, including Alicia Eubanks, who's the Assistant Division Director at DFD. These are the folks that really make this work. I want to acknowledge the importance of the right to adequate food, and that local coalitions and New Jersey state networks of retailers and farmers, processors, providers, school systems are all critically important parts of the food system, and that includes WIC and school meals. I also want to recognize what the speaker said earlier, New Jersey's $95 minimum benefit. You can't underestimate how powerful that is for folks who otherwise might be getting $23 a month. I really want to recognize the importance of that. And SNAP is a powerful program. You know, nearly 800,000 folks in New Jersey use the SNAP program. 40% of them are children. 1 in 3 of them has a disability. 1 in 5 is over 60 and older. There are also 6,000 authorized retailers in the state of state of New Jersey. And the amount of SNAP spent in 2025 is not $1 million. It's not $100 million. It's not $1 billion. It's roughly $2 billion. And when you think about what that does, not just for people experiencing poverty, but for our retailers, for our farmers, for our food systems, for our economy, it can't be underestimated. It's huge. But I also have bad news. And it's been referenced before about what's coming out of DC and the challenges. So the federal government is reducing their support in unprecedented ways. You know, I can give you some specific examples. They're changing the administrative cost share from 50% to 75% for the state. So historically, it was shared equally between states and between the federal government. But they've decided, because of H.R. 1, I don't call it that other name, because of H.R. 1, they're just going to snap their fingers and change it so that 75% of that cost goes to states and counties. And for New Jersey, that means an additional $90 million in cost for the state and for counties to absorb. That's going to happen starting next year, and for some counties for this fiscal year. The elimination of SNAP-Ed, $9.9 million, to be able to help people who are trying to figure out how to make healthy and budget-friendly food decisions, got zeroed out. That number is now zero. That goes away for the state of New Jersey. And we're going to be looking at benefit cost sharing in the future based on what they call error rates. I don't want to get into the details of all of that. The speaker talked about some of that. But we're going to be looking at, instead of the federal government paying benefits for SNAP, as they have for generations, even when it was called food stamps, it's now going to be shared with the states. So states are going to have to pick up some of those costs. And for New Jersey, that's likely millions of dollars. So I want to be clear that the resilience and collaboration which we have built is going to be tested as never before. And most harshly hit, first and foremost, New Jersey taxpayers, who are going to have to find a way to make up from the federal cuts. And secondly, some categories of immigrants who have entered the nation legally are going to be impacted. I'm going to stop there because I want to be able to share more, but I want to be able to share the bad news. right there at the outset.
Thank you for that, Deputy Commissioner. And I think you hit the nail on the head, focusing specifically on the economy. How $2 billion are allocated annually across the state of New Jersey for SNAP recipients. And the threats that we are facing are not only for those who are experiencing food insecurity, but those who are also a part of our farming communities. We also have to be mindful that when individuals cannot purchase their commodities, that they are thoroughly impacted. And so at the heart of food security, again, Jasmine, is going to be our farming community. Jasmine, specifically to you, the agricultural community is such an important piece to the right to adequate food. Could you please share your thoughts on what the right to adequate food means for you and City Green, as well as the role of agriculture in the right to adequate food?
Yeah. Hello? Oh, it is on. Hi, everybody. Thanks, for having us here today. We're really happy to have this discussion. What's really powerful about the assumption that somebody has a human right to food is that it deeply engages the agricultural sector. Food now and food for the future, for a family, for an individual that nourishes us culturally and socially, assumes that farmers are a part of the picture. And so, the right to food in New Jersey specifically, and in this room, and thanks to all of the convening that's being done by OFSA, we have here all of the different entities, agriculture, nonprofits, academics, working towards that right. So now that we have this framework, thank you, and this resolution, we have something to bounce off of and some sort of guidance. So within agriculture, specifically the right to adequate food means policies that end hunger, policies that promote local and strong food economies, policies that support farmers and farm workers, policies that mitigate the effects of climate change and create healthy, resilient, and regenerative soil. And so when we assume that we have the right to adequate food, all of those other things that farmers need become a part of the picture. What do farmers really need? Customers, right? Farmers need customers. And so when we start with food as a human right, our farmers benefit from that. We can open up markets, we can expand access, though very expensively, right? We know that this is gonna cost money, but because it's a right, and because we're implying that everybody has a right to healthy, nourishing food that's healthy for the economy, healthy for the soil, and healthy for our bodies, we can say we do support farmers, and we do wanna put money into the things that farmers need. Institutional purchasing, infrastructure to help bring the food that grows in New Jersey and keep it in New Jersey, that we know this is a big thing that we keep talking about, right? Keeping Jersey-grown food in New Jersey. And then making sure that consumers, the individuals, know where to find food, know how to access food, have all the information that they need so that they can shop, spend their money, spend their benefits the way that they want to on the food that they want to. Our farmers want to be connected to more people and more customers in New Jersey. And I think that the right to adequate food is really going to help get us to this vision so that we can all together, collaboratively, support the farm workers in New Jersey and support our agricultural sector.
Thank you, Jasmine. Do you all hear the facts that are being spewed? It's not things that are happenstance, but this is direct experience. People who have worked hand in hand with residents or farmers who sit at the legislative level. But with that, we are in a world in which technology will catapult us into the next dimension. And with that, I'd like to shift gears and turn to Karen. Technology, again, holds such potential in helping us create the access to adequate food. Jasmine just alluded that farmers need customers, that we assume we have this right, and it also has to be engaging. New Roots is piloting such unique technology to create that economic access. Karen, would you please describe your take on the right to adequate food, as well as the role of technology within this work?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. It's a great question. So New Roots, the organization I founded and direct, our tagline for the past 16 years has been fresh food is a basic human right. And as a lot of you know, I'm very obsessed with fruits and vegetables, so that makes sense. We also believe that fresh food saves lives, so to go and to expect families to go even one day without it is just completely unacceptable. We also believe that we can't do this without farmers. So yes, everything Jasmine said, I say, heck yeah. We can't do this without farmers. And so for many years, some of you know, I lived and worked in an urban food desert community in Louisville, Kentucky. And out of that was born the sliding scale Fresh Stop Market, popping up in communities that were struggling. So this made all of this local food very accessible and affordable where it wasn't before. But we were bogged down in spreadsheets and little pieces of paper all over my house and the office, and we could not scale. And so we were running after payments from our shareholders, and we were trying to pay our farmers the fair price for their food. On a lark, I entered a contest for a custom mobile app, and I won. It's like a fairy tale. I'm like Cinderella, but instead of the man, I got the app. But literally overnight, we went from 250 families to 750 families. That's, yes, technology. And then by accident, I moved home to New Jersey, the best state in the country, a few years ago. And thanks to my two pilot community sponsors, give a big shout out to Lisa Weber of Norwest Cap in Phillipsburg and Alicia Newcomb in Atlantic City for stepping up to take a chance and pilot this app and the sliding scale farm share model, and the generosity of all the funders, because we wouldn't have this right to food if not for the funding behind this. And now we can scale, because of the generosity of our funders, beyond our two pilot communities, because now the app has been retrofitted to be used not just in New Jersey, but all over New Jersey, not just in our two communities. I do want to just end with that, yes, this technology has made the right to food more of a reality, but I also want to say this is about even more than just the efficiency. It is about dignity. It's about the beauty of the app that was created by a struggling community for more struggling communities. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And in this work, we see this on a daily basis. A lot of times families are compromising. Do I buy the produce or do I go down the center of the supermarket and get the junk? The produce is a little more costly, but it is because of some of our partners at food banks and organizations such as Love in Our Cities that we are able to support those residents with the healthy options. We do understand that food is medicine, and what we put into our bodies will help dictate our livelihood. So with that, Angela, I would like to transition to you. As the chairwoman's resolution enshrines New Jersey's values about food security and acknowledges access to food as a basic human right, Angela, would you please describe Love in Our City's view on the right to adequate food and how we can continue to acknowledge food as a basic human right?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this conversation. And before I respond, I have to say thank you to Mark and to Jamel's and to Dr. Jenny, incredible leaders that are very passionate about this and have literally provided me a seat at the table. And while we are here today talking about providing a seat for all to have access, we could not have an honest conversation about this topic without talking about equity. We need to have the hard conversations in this nation about equity. For me, for someone to have the right to adequate food, in my opinion, given my personal history that I'm really excited to share with you, we should not have to ask. The right to adequate food, to me, is not having to ask. And there's been an intentional effort for specific communities to have to ask, to have to be reliant on Loving Our Cities, to have to be reliant on SNAP, to have to be reliant on Medicaid. But we could have a whole other conversation because we should all have access to health care. Thank you very much. But Loving Our Cities began this venture into this space that we now have the benefit of partnering with the Office of Food Security Advocate and the Food Bank of South Jersey, and then Katie Martin, who connected us to capacity building resources so that we could expand just in time in order to meet the need that continues to swell, and the Tepper Foundation that worked with us to provide us a grant navigator so that we can find the resources. And then, the moment we thought we were in position to go after more grant opportunities, the whole climate changes. But what I remind myself of, and why we did this work, is we've been here before. This is not a new phenomenon. I, as a Black woman who is a Jersey girl through and through, proud, stand on the shoulders of some staffers, my own Dr. Jenny, Isaiah, who's in the back of the room. I could not do this by way of Rutgers University, who interned with us and then came on our staff when we talk about the importance of equity and not just providing people access to food, but then giving them employment opportunity to come out of poverty and to contribute in the way that they want to in this society. I can't ignore my own personal history, and I can't ignore the history of Loving Our Cities, which began as, like many of you, the community engagement arm of a church that has this ethic that should be the solid Christian ethic for us in our faith community of loving God and loving our neighbor. And so we began to mobilize members and volunteers and our neighbors, regardless of your faith, regardless of your zip code, regardless of the fact that you might not have any faith at all. We could care less if you go to our church. You're our neighbor. We're in this community together. And we began mobilizing to see what are the issues that are compromising the quality of life, where we live, where we work, where we serve, where we worship. And we began to see the same issues in specific communities compromising the quality of life. And so we cannot have an honest conversation where we come up with solutions to tackle hunger, right? Intentionally. It takes a strategic plan. It takes the Office of a Food Security Advocate. It takes resolutions. It takes law. That's why in the past 9 months, we have had all of this effort to dismantle all of the progress that we made because people have been intentional. There's a strategic plan, and then they are leveraging, weaponizing our government in order to undermine the work that we're doing, but also compromise the quality of life of specific communities. And so I saw the same community hungry for the same reason. I saw the same community having inequitable access to education, Abbott school districts where we need to post up and create freedom schools. We need the same communities again and again that once were farmers, but then were made to feel ashamed because they were farmers and then stripped of their land. And now we're trying to teach people how to grow their food again, that in many cases don't have their own land because they can't afford to buy a house because it's so expensive. And so this is absolutely a conversation that is necessary. That's why there's such an effort to suppress our history. But if we don't understand the root causes, how are we going to resolve this crisis of hunger? Last week, just a week ago, right, Isaiah, we celebrated in the city of Camden 10 years of operating a pantry in partnership with the Food Bank of South Jersey. Yet, yay, thank you. Yet that same community is still food insecure, is still designated as a food desert. But we celebrated in 10 years, the past decade, you amazing partners and volunteers, you served 37,000 people in 10 years at one pantry. We now have 5 pantries, including a warehouse. But in the first 9 months of this year alone, we've moved from serving 37,000 people to 42,000 households in the Garden State in South Jersey. That's mind-boggling to me. Yes, it's applause-worthy because we're doing the work, right? But we're not necessarily tackling the root causes, and that is what we must do. We must have honest conversations about equity because there are specific communities that are disproportionately impacted by this crisis that we call hunger. Yes, it doesn't respect race. Yes, it doesn't respect ethnicity. It doesn't respect gender. It doesn't respect age. We have a summer meals program, like many of you, because kids are even going hungry. But we have to be honest that, yes, hunger doesn't respect those boundaries, but many of those boundaries are man-made. We have something called caste here in this country, and I see it every day. And if government goes away, it only means that communities like churches, communities like you and I, nonprofits like Loving Our Cities, are just going to have to shoulder a greater burden. And so thank you for having the courage to solidify our values in that resolution, but we all know that it's not enough for us to just talk about, right, what it is that we're doing. We have to march, we have to protest, we have to preach, right? We have to vote, and yes, we have to remind the people that are in office, they're not politicians, they're public servants. They work for us. And I just want to close right here, because I'm just not married to a pastor, you know. I'm also a preacher. I'm an ordained, so let me just know, just kidding. I can go. But as a Jersey girl, I'm a proud Still descendant. I stand on the shoulders of a woman by the name of Charity Still, a fellow Jersey girl who became a Jersey girl because she escaped enslavement from the eastern shores of Maryland. Not just once, but twice. The first time she was thrust back into slavery along with her kids that she escaped with because somebody in Jersey said, it's against the law for you to be here in New Jersey. You're a slave, and I can grip you up because the law says I can grip you up, black woman, and send you back down into slavery. Somebody allowed it to become law for my great-great-great-grandmother to be enslaved. And, oh, by the way, when it became illegal for certain people to be enslaved, right? When people were born into free states, if they were found to be with someone who escaped slavery, they could be thrust back into slavery along with the people that they escaped with. That was law. A human being decided it was okay to unjustly enslave another person. That woman, Charity Still, then came back here to New Jersey where she camped, built roots, gave birth to several children, a total of 18 of them. The one died in slavery. But one of her amazing sons that is absolutely an ancestor of mine is William Still, the father of the Underground Railroad. He made it his life's mission to reconnect families with resources when they either escaped enslavement or they were free people trying to rebuild because they lost family, they lost resources. I see myself every day, and I see everybody in this room as people who are conductors on that Underground Railroad. It's our responsibility to acknowledge that our laws unjustly cause harm to some people.
And that word
advantage
right there,
some
Angela.
and disadvantage others. And now we need to do the work of connecting people justly with the resources that they deserve. Amen.
Justice. Justice. We started with equity, and I'm glad you highlighted that, because equity and equality are two different things. They do not stand one and the same, but the end result of those being enacted is justice. And as you highlighted, Angela, that there is certain systems, there are systems that are set in place that may segregate us based on our class, our socioeconomic status, and our disbelief that we are experiencing food security in our own backyards. I had the privilege to visit my home state. I won't say because we're in New Jersey. But I did. I met with an executive director at an aggregation hub in the city in which I was born. And I walked through and I heard conversation. I saw the limited space they had, the numbers that they are seeing, over 1 million people annually. And what he said is, we know about 80% of our families by name. And I applauded him, told him that's personable. And he corrected me, no, Dr. Griffin, the concern is that they continue to come. We have not set systems in place where they can break away from coming 2 times a week, for coming to the schools and receiving distributions of produce there. So here in New Jersey, as we are in the Garden State and understanding that millions of pounds of our produce is exported every year, how do we continue to work to keep our families supported and reduce the rate of food insecurity? As we talk about class, Chairwoman, you are a representative from District 37 in Bergen County. There's always a stigma about Bergen County, right? It's one of the wealthiest regions of the year. How could there be food insecurity there? In Hudson County, I have the privilege of being friends with Patrick Fallon, who is over their Office of Food Security, the first in the state of New Jersey. Because while we can have state legislation, the county has a direct relationship. Our eyes are to the ground, and we are able to see and meet the needs of the people. So, Chairwoman, with this resolution, and as you call Bergen County home, the first county-level coalition dedicated to combating food insecurity, can you please share your thoughts on how you see county levels weave this resolution into effective food security programs?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I'm extremely proud of the Bergen County Food Security Task Force. I think Pat is here today. I know there. I know Commissioner Zer, who heads it, could not make it, but her work has been groundbreaking in Bergen County. What she has been able to do to bring all the partners together. They have a website. They give grants. I mean, there's a slew of things they do to move this forward, and I hope that they will use the resolution as they pursue their work, so it can be like guidelines for what they want to do next. They can look at funding and decide where is the priority, which will meet the guidelines of the resolution. And that is what I'm hoping will be done across the state. It doesn't even have to be county level. I think every organization can look at those guidelines and see how to move forward. But in Bergen County, Commissioner Zert told, there's this misconception Bergen County is very rich, nobody needs, everybody's food secured. It's not so. She told me that she has been to several of the wealthiest towns, and when she asks at a council meeting, she will ask the mayor or she will ask council members, do you think there's anybody who needs food help here? They say, oh, no, we're okay. And then she'll tell them the numbers of people who are actually receiving help, and they are shocked. So this is a problem in some places, that people do not really know their own communities in depth. Of course, there's the stigma. People are afraid to come out and go to these places, to go to pantries if they're living in certain localities. There's also the physical issues of actually physically being able to get there. But it's, I think a lot of this has happened over the years, I think, because of things like housing instability. You may be living in a house which you can no longer basically afford, and but you will keep the roof over your head before you will put food on the table. You don't want to be homeless. And this is happening across the board. And to your point, I really think the ideal situation, of course, is that we don't have any food pantries, we don't have any food banks, we don't need them. But of course, that's an aspirational goal. But what scares me is, wherever I have gone, everybody has said to me, we all expected after the pandemic, the numbers would go down, but they are going up. And that is a very scary thing. New Jersey is supposed to be one of the wealthiest states, and what is it, 13% of people are in, something like that, a number like that, is in need of food assistance. That has to change. We have to think of policies that, and that for me, I think the biggest is we have to look at housing. I really believe a lot stems from housing, because housing is so expensive. It's really driving all the issues of related to inflation there. But we really, as a state, the executive and legislature have to come together seriously and say, this situation cannot, the food insecurity is just a symptom. This situation cannot continue. And we are at the end of one administration. I'm hoping we get the right administration next time, the one I'm voting for, and we hope we will be able to create programs such as that and policies such as that.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Now, Deputy Commissioner, you alluded to some of the costs that taxpayers may have to consume with the cuts that are coming from the federal level. As we near the end of our panel, is there anything else that you would like to highlight and share with us so we are prepared as adequately as possible as we transition into 2026?
Wow. Yeah. First, I want to recognize what the sister said about, about slavery, about equity, about all the challenges, because it's not just about passing laws, because laws have been passed for generations that have helped and have hurt. And so we're in an episode right now where there's a lot of legislation coming from the federal level, which is really going to hurt people and hurt communities. And I want to say this in as nonpartisan a way as I can. Everybody has to vote. The next governor is going to make big decisions about how to implement the cuts that are coming. The cuts are coming. They are coming. There's no doubt about that. You can't cut taxes at the federal level and not expect additional cost at the state level. Math doesn't mean you can make it up. And so whoever the next governor is, whoever he or she is going to make these decisions. You have to ask the questions. Most people aren't going to talk about that, but those are the questions you have to ask the candidates, you have to ask campaigns, so they can think about that and be ready to begin on day one to address these issues. Governments come and go, and the powerful thing about trying to have a movement for adequate food is that it's going to have to be a movement. It's not going to begin or end with a legislative session or a congressional session or an election. It has to be a movement that is rooted in communities.
Thank you, Deputy. Jasmine, I want to circle back to you as a representative of the farming community. Within the chairwoman's resolution, there is a mention to access. And specifically with access, it references seeds, land, equipment, cultural relevancy. Can you expound upon how important that is and that understanding when it comes to the right to adequate food?
Right. I mean, let's just start with seeds, right? And again, to talk about who can't grow seeds, who controls the seeds in our country, and they're not accessible to everybody. And so having access to land, having access to the ability to grow, and the role of actually like the urban agriculture and urban farming nonprofits in New Jersey that are interfacing in our cities, in Newark, in Patterson, in Trenton, in Camden, in Bridgeton, and doing the work every day of trying to connect with folks, connecting with folks, sharing seeds, distributing plant seedlings, teaching people how to grow their own food, giving people full control over the many tools that we offer to learn about food, to experience food, to grow your own food, to buy food, to enjoy food, is super important and critical, again, because the right to adequate food is looking to create this vibrant, nourishing food system within New Jersey where we all get to participate the way that we want to. We know that specifically for the urban agriculture nonprofits also in New Jersey, that land access is a critical issue. The stability of the land access is a critical issue, and these organizations that are in these cities are sort of serving as hubs and agricultural representatives representing New Jersey agriculture and teaching people in the cities about the different ways that they can interact with New Jersey's farmers and New Jersey grown produce. Also on how to do it. Community gardening fits into this picture somewhat, but we have like a really dynamic program in Passaic County. Shout out to Claudia, are you here? Who started Dig In over at City Green many, many years ago, 15 years ago. And it's a county-funded community garden program. So our commissioners fund City Green annually to distribute out supplies for individuals and communities to grow their own food. So we are on our 15th year of handing out tons of compost, seedlings, seeds, garden beds, to schools, to community organizations, to pantries, to churches, to all the other folks in the city of Paterson and in the city of Passaic and in the city of Clifton who are also interfacing with community members and teaching them about food and helping them connect to food and helping them learn how to grow and helping them eat fresh. And so when we think about all the different ways, the growing also is really, really important. And I just want to, again, shout out that Dig In program. We talk about it all the time. We think that every county in New Jersey can do this, can connect more people to food, can make sure more people have seeds, can make sure folks have compost and garden beds and the ability to grow and garden guides that are specific to their zone. You can find all of that within us, and we love to talk about it and also tell the county folks all over the state of New Jersey, do this in your communities. It makes a difference. Hundreds of thousands of seeds, plants, vegetables have been grown in Passaic County, a very, very urban county, through the vision and the foresight so that people can have full access and full control over how they relate to food and how they, how they engage with food.
Thank you, Jasmine. And Jasmine shouted out Claudia. I am proud to say that as the administrator for Hudson County Office of Food and Health Equity, I work directly with Claudia Urdanivia through Rutgers Cooperative Extension, where we are utilizing our county parks and properties to create family learning gardens. So if you live in an urban area and you've not been to a farm, how do I grow my own food at the county level? That has been implemented. Time is winding down, but Karen, I wanted to give you the opportunity to share more about New Roots, your thoughts about expansion, or any foresight that you have.
Yes, absolutely. So I just want to state the obvious. New Jersey farmers want to farm, and New Jersey families want to eat. But often farmers are steered toward more affluent neighborhoods because maybe each individual family might have more funds than those in less affluent neighborhoods. It is perceived as being more risk-free and less food waste, but then that means a lot of families are left behind. And even though we are able to accept SNAP at our farmers market, and thank goodness for New Jersey Good Food Bucks, there's still a lot of challenges. For example, in Asbury Park, where I'm from, our farmers market is beautiful. The farmers' food is amazing. We have all those resources, but people don't want to cross the literal railroad tracks to get to this market. So our model of our sliding scale farm share plus the technology in the app really bridges that gap. With the sliding scales I mentioned, that is based on household income and number of people in the household, that you pick your price that you're able to afford on the app, and nobody's looking and nobody knows. That's your private business, what you choose. Also, the decision to only pop up in food desert neighborhoods, that also closes the gap between affordability and accessibility. And the fact that even though we are very similar to a CSA, and we do make commitments to our farmers in the fall, winter months, before they purchase their seeds, the app actually charges families as they go. So you pay as you go, so you don't have the huge upfront cost that is just debilitating to a lot of families trying to enter a community-supported agriculture. And so our farmers are guaranteed a market, our families have privacy and access to this beautiful food. And they can pick how they want to pay. They can pay with SNAP, they can pay with debit credit. And when the families show up at these beautiful markets, and again, please visit Norwest Cap's Fresh Stop Market in Phillipsburg, or also Crops in Atlantic City to see these before the season ends, although Crops is going year-round. Everybody shows up to a family reunion. It's like a big party. Nobody is paying right there because that money's already been collected on the app and paid to that farmer when they drop off the food. And so they're able to all have a seat at the same table and all approach the whole model with a lot of dignity and joy.
Thank you, Karen. I know we have great conversation, great information, but we have met our time. So thank you to each and every one of you for listening, for taking the information. You see these faces. Please continue the conversation and ensure that we work towards achieving food security in the state of New Jersey. Thank you all.
Conversation going. Keep working together.
Check. Everybody, please, another round of applause for these incredible panelists for the right to adequate food, moderated by Dr. Chanel Adams-Griffin, Chairwoman Sharma Haider, Deputy Commissioner Michael Wilson, Angela Brown, and Jasmine Moreno from Loving Our Cities and City Green, and Karen Moskowitz from New Roots. Okay, friends. All right, do I have everybody? We still here? How are we feeling, by the way? We feeling okay, folks? Yeah, feeling okay? Inspired? Right? Motivated? Right? A little dose of reality for the challenges that are in front of us, but hopefully you're still feeling energized and squirrel, Rob. Sorry, I get distracted when I see the homies in the room. Rob from Middlesex. What's up, family? That's what's up. Good to see you, man. Yeah, so again, let's just keep focusing, folks, on the things that we can do, because we're doing a lot. And it really is, it's a movement, as Brother Wilson mentioned a moment ago. This is a movement that we're part of, right? And it's been going on for generations. And with the way things are, it looks like we're going to have to continue to be at this for a little while. But this is a movement that we're all part of. Okay, so what's coming up right now? We want to celebrate the accomplishments of a few folks that have gone above and beyond. So we're going to watch a video on them, right? So this is a special video presentation to share the work and achievements of 3 awardees that are recognized by the Office of Food Security Advocate. So are we going to go ahead and watch this video right now, friends? Sounds good.
Last year, the state rolled out the new program, Summer EBT. As a result, the state issued over 700,000 Summer EBT cards. We know that tens of thousands more children in New Jersey will have access to free breakfast and lunch at school. What drives me personally is that I really do believe in my heart, even after all these years, that we really can end hunger and food insecurity in New Jersey. I really believe that we can ensure that all of our children, all of our families, all of our seniors have access to the healthy food that they need to thrive.
Collective impact work is messy. It's hard. It takes a while to build that trust, to be willing to share where your challenges are, to be willing to share which grant you're going for and what your idea is for it. But that's the kind of space we're trying to create and that we have created. The work is hard, and it's harder to do alone. The drive behind creating this coalition and sustaining this coalition is recognizing that we need to come together and do the work together. Leaning into people's capacity when they have it, when they have energy to share, has really been the way I've pushed this work forward. When you're working so hard on something and it's head down, you don't really realize how much of yourself you're putting into something. This is really, I think, a testament and an honor for the coalition.
We touch almost 80% of the SNAP-eligible population with our different interventions that we conduct. The thing that motivates me the most is making a difference in a life of a child, a family, or even the community. Just making sure that a child receives a meal and does not go to school hungry is a huge, huge motivation. What I've learned throughout the years of kind of managing different programs is one of the things that really works is resilience and always being champion for your cause. If you are the champion for your cause, for your community, you will surely make an impact, or there will be at least 1 year to listen to you. So never stop trying.
All right, let's welcome the awardees to the stage. And Mark Dinglassen will present to them.
All right, don't be shy. Where's Kylie? Where's Pyle? Where's Lisa? Let's give them another round of applause, everyone, while they're coming on stage. For those of you that know Lisa, you know she works tirelessly. She is everywhere, all times advocating for you. For those that know Kylie, you know she's doing this coalition work because she believes in data. She believes in collective impact. And for Pyle, who has been a champion of SNAP-Ed, let's give him another round of applause. All right, we're taking a picture. Anybody else want to take pictures? All right, one more. Let's do this. I'm going off script on this one. For anybody that has worked in SNAP-Ed, that is SNAP-Ed, that has supported SNAP-Ed, stand up and let's give them a round of applause as well. We love you, SNAP-Ed. And another round of applause for our awardees. Have I tortured you enough? All right.
Thank you, Mark. Again, round of applause for these wonderful, wonderful warriors as part of this movement, doing great work to support our neighbors in need. All right, folks, it is lunchtime. There are box lunches out there. Don't forget, we have the Regency Ballroom, where there's the Nourishing Knowledge Resource Hub there. Use this as an opportunity to meet some folks that maybe you haven't had a chance to connect with, learn something new, ask questions, share the wisdom that you have. But let's make sure that we do some networking over this lunch break, take advantage of some of the resources and tools that are available. We have about 40 minutes for lunch, and then I will get on this microphone and welcome you back into the room. Thank you all so much. All right, folks. We are starting back up in 5 minutes. So please do your best to wrap up your lunch and head back in here in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right, friends. Please grab your seat. We're getting ready to get started. Please go ahead and grab your seat. Jamels. How are you, Jamels? Fantastic. Jamels, my friend. All right, everybody. Okay. Are we back? Yeah? You know we got to turn it up a little bit because it's the afternoon and folks are going to get a little tired. All right. All right, what month are we in right now? September? September, right? Okay. Any September birthdays in the house? If you're a September birthday, put your hand in the air. All right. What is that in the zodiac world? I don't even know. Libra? Wait, there's something other than Leos? Are there Leos in the house? Oh, Leos roll deep. All right. You know lions. They always want to shine. Okay. All right, folks, if we can just bring it down a little bit so we can get started. Thank you so much. Yes. Great. Hopefully you feel, Dr. Jenny, put you on blast as you come in. I hope everybody had a good morning. I just want folks to just shout out one word that represents kind of how you're feeling about the morning's activities so far. Inspired from the Food Brigade. Yes, Carmine, my brother. Inspired. Energized. Who said energized? Hey, what's up, homie? Energized. All right. Hopeful. Beautiful. Nice. What else? Another word. Community, I heard. Motivated. I need two more. Proud. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Give me one more. I heard New Jersey power. We'll go with that. That's what's up. Fist in it. Hey. Big hug? Yeah, I'll give you a hug later. I got you. All right, folks. Well, thank you so much. Before we get started, just another special thanks to our friends from Tepper, Secretary Wegrin, Tamiko Webster, and Chairman Bill Spearman. A round of applause for those folks for continuing to support the work that we're all doing. Okay, and I also saw some of the pantry friends in here of some of the organizations that are really affecting incredible change. They're my feast friends over there. So shout out to all my feast homies sitting at that table. Big up. Where are my friends from lunch break? I think I saw some lunch break homies in here earlier. Lunch break? Yeah, okay. Yep. Food Brigade in the house, of course. Yep. Carmine and Karen. Kumac in the place to be. You know it. Okay. Homefront. Oh, I know Homefront's in the house because I saw Sarah a little bit earlier. So many incredible pantries doing awesome work. All right. So at the Franklin Food Bank, twice a month we have all staff meetings. One of the meetings is that usual, let's talk about key performance indicators and all that kind of stuff, right? So we all do that, right? It's important. Let's talk about progress and look at inputs and outputs and all that kind of fun stuff. We also do a lunch and learn. And one of the lunch and learns we did was focused on identifying poems that speak to food security or food insecurity. Long story short, it was awesome. Staff was crying. People brought in their own poems that the kids wrote. Everybody was bawling except for me. Why? I'm gangsta. I don't cry. No, I was bawling. I was totally bawling. As I get older, I cry. I feel great about it. Out of that lunch and learn, we partnered with the school district, and we invited the school district to be part of this movement. It turned into 1,200 students submitting poems. And it was a competition that we created that was like this mashup between food security and climate change. Ultimately, we called it the Rising Tides of Hunger. Brilliant. No adult came up with that name. It was a student, of course, that came up with that because it is brilliant. The Rising Tides of Hunger. Had these visions of bringing the students here that were finalists. We had 5 from elementary, 5 from middle, and 5 from high school to read their poems today, but I forgot that they're in school. I don't know how I forgot that. But I do have one poem from one of the finalists that I want to read to y'all before we get started with our afternoon activities. All right? So this is part of the Franklin Township Rising Tides for Hunger student poetry competition, a 9th grader, and here's her poem. It's called More Than Numbers. Hunger, you felt it just before a meal, but for millions, it's a pain that's real. 1 in 11 go hungry each day, while 9 million lives are lost this way. A third of the world cannot afford to eat, and 1.3 million face famine's blight. Oh, excuse me. A third of the world can't afford to eat, right? And 1.3 million face famine's blight. Half of child deaths under age 5 are tied to hunger. They don't survive. These aren't just numbers, they are cries, echoing loud beneath our skies. It's easy to speak, much harder to act, but justice demands we face the fact. The crisis spreads to the wild earth's kin as climate change burns deep from within. According to WWF, we've seen 69% loss in wildlife populations, a tragic cost. Habitats vanish, food chains fall from coral reefs to forests tall. How can we feast while others fade, dreams deferred and debts unpaid? It's on us to make a start, to feed one soul, to share one heart, for only then can we begin to lift the world from where it's been. Snap it up for that young scholar and that brilliant, brilliant poem. It's so important for us to not only think about the adults that are in this effort. We have a whole army of youngsters that are poised to affect real change. Let's empower them. Let's embrace them. Let's encourage them. Let's cultivate them. They're going to help us with this effort. Okay, so we have an incredible panel coming up next. This is the Northeast Regional Partnerships Panel. It's going to be moderated by Amy Yarrow. She's Executive Director of the Center for Nutrition and Health Impact. And the panelists are Christian Dubourg, Food and Nutrition Policy Analyst, Connecticut Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. Julian Stelmazik, Director of Food Security, Massachusetts Department of Agriculture and Resources. We're letting people from out of state up in this piece today? Mark, what's up with that? And Kate Fulham, Team Lead, Food Systems and Resiliency, New York State Department of Agriculture and Markets. Folks, put your hands together for this next panel.
Good afternoon. I'll try that again. Good afternoon. Thank you. I am Amy Yarrow, the Executive Director at the Center for Nutrition and Health Impact, and it's my great pleasure to be here today. I have been working with the Office for Food and Security Advocate and Mark and Jenny for the last few years, and it's been amazing, and we have really a special panel today. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have each of the panel members, I know that their names and titles were brought up, but if they could say which key programs or efforts they're working on in their great states, and that's Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New York, my own home state.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Christian Duborg. I'm the Food and Nutrition Policy Analyst for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity in Connecticut. And what that means in practice is I am a nonpartisan employee of the Connecticut General Assembly. So in the legislative branch, I am not responsible for administering any programs. My responsibility falls really into three buckets. One is nonpartisan research data and advising and supporting all of our state legislatures on policies that can reduce food insecurity. So we do a report every year on the state of food insecurity in Connecticut. We write testimony, we collect research, the whole 9 yards. We also do public-facing data, so we collect data, we create maps, and then we do coordination and collaboration efforts where we bring people from across the state to Hartford, and then we go out into the state to really try to connect community organizations to the statewide work.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting us from out of state. I have to shout out my Jersey connection. I grew up in South Jersey, just a few towns away. And I haven't lived in New Jersey for 18 years. I went to school in Boston and never came back. But I'm so proud of New Jersey. I had no idea all of this work was happening down here, and I'm just so inspired, and I'm really looking forward to more cross-state collaboration in the Northeast. So I am in a relatively new position to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts as the Director of Food Security. Our leadership created a new division of food security within the Department of Agriculture about a year ago. But our Department of Ag has been doing food security and food system resilience work for decades. There's a lot of crossover with farmers market nutrition programs. So my role is sort of still taking shape, but my charge was really to develop this new division. Programmatically, we oversee a few programs. One I'll talk about later called the Food Security Infrastructure Grant. It was started during COVID, and we invest millions and millions of dollars in the food supply chain. And then I also am sort of like a connector and coordinator, so I support interdepartmental coordination on the siloed efforts across food security work, and I also support interagency coordination across 9 different state agencies and secretariats that we're all working together on these issues.
And I am Kate Fulham. I'm the team lead for Food Systems and Resiliency. That position sits within the Agricultural Development Division within Agriculture and Markets Department. And we really start at the source. We support farmers and food producers with infrastructure grants and technical assistance. I also run the New York State Council on Hunger and Food Policy that brings together state agencies with stakeholders throughout the system to address different issues, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Also have a Jersey connection. Oh, yeah? Maybe that's why Mark invited us. My dad grew up in West New York. My grandparents and great-grandparents rest in Clifton, and I was born in Ridgewood and grew up in Ramsey, so throughout Jersey. Happy to be here.
Christian, do you have a New Jersey connection?
No, sadly, no, though I will say my position does. So I hopefully that'll count a little bit, where one of the big inspirations for creating my position was a bunch of Connecticut advocates came down, met with Mark and his team, and that brought the idea back up to Connecticut.
Great. So resiliency, it's such a powerful word. What does resiliency look like or mean to each of you?
I can go first. So I think for me, resiliency means controlling what you can control as much as humanly possible. So with food insecurity, there are a lot of things that we as individual states can't control. We can't necessarily control the weather. We certainly can't control a global pandemic or global food prices. And no state, to my knowledge, is able to exert control over whether the federal government does what they want or not. And so those things are always going to impact us. But there is a lot as individual states that we do control, controlling our legislation, our budgets, all of the great work that our nonprofits are doing. And important to this conversation, there's even more that we can control when our states work together. And so there are those things that we just have to hope for. But when what we hope for doesn't pan out, I think resiliency is just being able to control all the variables that we as states can affect.
I love this question because I think for those of us who've worked in the food world, food systems, and agriculture for years, we've moved from this perspective of it's a problem of availability to it's a problem of access, and I think we're all starting to arrive, it's a question of resilience. I think about natural ecosystems, and I think how nature has survived over millennia through resilience. In kind of the food system space, I think it's about diversity, diversification, redundancy, and connection. That's how nature continues to survive, and how we weather the storm. The storms will come, they are here now, and they will continue. And so I think, how are we building a food system that is able to bounce back after these inevitable disruptions?
When I was reflecting on this question, and Amy did such a great job pulling together all these questions, it's really thoughtful. I was reflecting on the purpose of the Council on Hunger and Food Policy in New York State, which I'll read off. It's to coordinate state food policies with the goal of ensuring all citizens of the state can eat a healthy diet and avoid food insecurity while consuming as many New York-grown and produced foods as possible. Really, the issue of equitable access, the basic right to food. I really am excited for New Jersey about this new resolution, and I hope that New York can pave a way forward as well, and really balance the big food production and distribution with those safety net players that we saw during the pandemic that were so critical in delivering services in a time of crisis.
Thank you. So food security work often requires collaboration across sectors, and so how do you build and maintain partnerships with other organizations, sectors, or community groups, and what partnerships have been most valuable to your work and why? There's a lot in there.
Who would you like to start? Whoever wants to. Okay. You go first.
So a little background about me. So before I got into government work full-time, I was an educator. And I think the best advice I got as a first-year teacher was that people don't care what you know until they know that you care. And I think that's every bit as true when forming partnerships. I think it's really important for communities to know that we as government officials are there to support them and not there to just get what we need and leave. And I think in my experience, there's really been no substitute for showing up. I'm very fortunate that Connecticut is a relatively small state. I can drive across it in about 2 hours. But I think the most important thing has really been to, as much as I can, get out of Hartford, drive to the different corners of the state, meet with people, talk to them, and figure out what can I do at the state level to support you. And in terms of the partnerships that have been the most useful or the most powerful, I would say there's a lot, but I think there is no substitute for, the communities themselves. I could shout out so many people, but I'll just briefly shout out Witnesses to Hunger's New Haven chapter. It's a community group of individuals with lived experience with food insecurity who work together to advocate for themselves and their neighbors. And they are incredible, and they have been so, so powerful working with us to really say, okay, here's what we're thinking at the state level. This sounds good to me in my head from my cubicle. How would it impact you on the ground? And I think that has helped us really make a lot better recommendations.
So I've had the opportunity not only to work in Massachusetts, but my last role was a similar type position in Rhode Island. So one of the things I've seen work in both neighboring states is what New Jersey is doing, which is developing a shared vision for collective impact. And in Rhode Island and Massachusetts, what I have seen is this intersection between the private and the public sector and the trust that's required to build relationships. But I'll just point out a few that I think are really fascinating. One of the panelists earlier spoke about the opioid funding that could be used for food, something I wasn't even aware of because I don't work in the public health, space. So one of the things that I've started to learn about in Massachusetts, I certainly can't take credit for it, is funding that goes to hospitals and the healthcare institutions that are actually starting to recognize that the social determinants of health, such as food insecurity, impact their bottom line, and they need to invest in housing and local and sustainable and healthy food systems. So we're actually seeing a significant amount of money from hospitals actually go to local food businesses that are providing school lunches and buying from farmers. So those are some really cool, like, cross-sectoral investments. Also economic development. So one of the things I've been doing in my first year on the job is going and just connecting with different agencies and saying, hey, I'm here, what are you guys doing? And it's amazing, even just within state government, that we don't know what each other's doing. You know, we don't know about different grant programs that we're managing and ways that we could have more transparency for the general public and organizations that are applying. So I've just kind of started within our space initially, but I'm really excited to see different sectors come together because food is so unifying. Everyone cares about food. It's such an easy issue to start with.
Well, it's good to start with a cookie break. Go, Mark. You know, the partnerships start with that trust building, and I think, as you were saying, Julianne, going in and just saying, hey, we don't know all the answers, but we're going to figure it out together. Our Council on Hunger and Food Policy has built up those partnerships with 4 different work groups, focusing for different angles of the issue of hunger, and learning to trust each other that although all of those pieces link together to address the issue at hand, the big bad issue, each one of us can do a piece of it and then come back together to coordinate.
So collaboration, cooperation, trust. So the next question is more about translation and dissemination. So can you share an innovative program or approach your organization or your state has implemented that is showing promising results, and what made it successful, and how could it maybe be replicated in New Jersey?
Absolutely. So there were a few things I thought about, but the one I wanted to focus on is probably not new to most people, but the Supporting Wellness at Pantries, or SWAP, food labeling system. I felt like it was really important to shout that out because it was developed in Connecticut by Connecticut institutions. And it is a system, for those of you who are not familiar, it's a system that allows food pantries to label their items according to nutritional value. So a green, yellow, red system. And I think one of the things that's been going on in Connecticut recently is the expansion of that system to grocery stores. So we have a grocery store in Hartford that has started utilizing that on their store shelves for all customers to come in. And I think it really speaks to another development in the food system that I think is really important, and that's centering choice and agency among all individuals. And one of the things that we talk about is for that choice to be meaningful, they have to, everyone has to have access to different options so that they can choose what works best for them and their family, and they have to have the information available to make an informed choice. And so I think that system is something that was developed in Connecticut and is starting to catch on around the country that has been really useful in providing that informational access, not just at pantries, but now at stores and to all consumers in the food system.
I love it because it's measurement, and I'm a measurement person, so.
So I want to speak about 2 things that we're have the opportunity to be part of. So one is that Massachusetts has, so I think coming out of COVID, so we have, I know we're entering some challenging times in terms of the food system and food security. One could say we've been here the whole time, but I think we're coming out of a time of unprecedented federal and state and private investment in thinking about the food system. We have, I won't rattle off all the acronyms, although I'm sure many people in this room know, right? RFSI and local food in schools and LFPA, all of these different programs that have invested in equitable and sustainable local food systems. And so what I'm really excited about and thinking about is what can we learn from these past investments over the last 5 years going forward. And I think, so there's one program I want to mention that we oversee, which is called this Food Security Infrastructure Grant. So this was, this begun during our last administration and has continued to be supported by our governor. It was using ARPA dollars. I think it was an initial investment of $50 million, and the legislature has continued to fund it. It's about $25 million a year, and it's now funded through our environmental bond, so it will hopefully continue. And it's really looking at those, what was brought up earlier, that it's not necessarily that we don't have enough food, it's that we can't get it to the people who need it at the price that farmers and fishers are able to harvest, buy, grow, and catch it. And so, so distribution has been a big focus of this. So this grant, I think, is really innovative because it funds private businesses, it funds nonprofits, and it invests in that supply chain, and a big focus on the middle of the supply chain. For over 50 years as a country, as the Northeast, we've disinvested in local and distributed food production. We've exported that. In New England, we import 90% of our food from outside the region. I'm sorry, I don't know the New York numbers, but you might be better off because you got such a big state. But we import 90% of our food. So that puts us in a really precarious position. So some of the things that we're working on with our New England partners is to try to re-regionalize our food system. I think that's, I'm really excited by that, and we're really focusing on data and asset mapping to understand where there are real gaps in things like cold storage and transportation, et cetera.
At lunch, we were talking, and I said, you know, it's less about facts and figures and more about figuring it out. And I'm not great at remembering all the facts and figures, but what I can say, obviously, New York is a huge state compared to many that we're sitting with. And the Nourish New York program was, during the pandemic, really a critical example that I'm really proud of, to take surplus from farmers and food producers and get that to people in need. Gave money to the food banks, eventually to some of the smaller players like nonprofits and food pantries, to have the buying power to actually support the agricultural community and feed people. From that, the local food purchase agreement program through USDA, New York was able to launch the New York Food for New York Families program, which did focus on small to mid-sized producers and socially disadvantaged producers. We've done a lot with that program. Unfortunately, the funding for this round has ceased, but looking forward to finding a pathway forward there. And one of the programs that my team runs is the Urban Farms and Community Gardens Grant Program, which is a fabulous program, again, that safety net, giving people the resources that they need in their communities to grow their own food, to have that food sovereignty, and with so many other benefits.
Great. So how are environmental changes and climate impacts in particular affecting food systems and food security in your region, which again, Northeast, so it's going to be probably similar, and what adaptations are you seeing or implementing at this point, and what can you see in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think multiple panelists before us have mentioned that it's really hard to farm. It's a lot of work, and there's a lot of challenges, and I think the environmental changes are only making that worse. So in Connecticut 2 years ago, there was a major bout of flooding over the summer that flooded a large number of farm fields and destroyed at minimum $20 million worth of crops. And especially, you know, as farmers, when margins are already quite tight, that can be a huge, huge problem. And I unfortunately do see that continuing. I think we had floods again in 2024. We keep alternating. We had wildfires last year. We keep alternating between sometimes too much, sometimes not enough water. And that is, you know, for people growing outside, really dangerous. And in terms of how we can mitigate that, I think part of it is really using like the state ability and resources to step in and support those individuals to allow them to continue and to have that like resiliency both financially and environmentally when these disasters hit. So one thing that Connecticut did in this past legislative session was passed a Connecticut Farm Bill, which was an omnibus bill with a bunch of different supports for Connecticut farmers, and I won't list them all, but they are all fantastic. But for the purposes of this question, I think one of the really powerful ones is creating a fund that is that exists to disperse resources to farmers who are affected by natural disasters. And I think a parallel thing, in addition to supporting farmers who go outside, is also providing as much infrastructure and equipment as possible to farm in non-traditional ways. We have this fantastic nonprofit farm in Bridgeport that runs fully on hydroponics, and they grow year-round in the middle of an urban environment. And that equipment is not cheap. It is not easy to maintain. So I think the more support we can provide for those other ways of producing to supplement, I think the better.
So I was just going to say, I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and I was supposed to come to this meeting last year, and we had a horrible natural disaster happen. And one of the reasons my husband and I moved to Asheville is that it was supposed to be climate friendly. And then we had this storm that, now they're saying that they're gonna come more frequently, but I mean, it shut down Asheville for days. I mean, it happened on September 27th, and I didn't have running water until Thanksgiving week. So, yeah.
Unfortunately, I think that is our reality. So I guess a couple things. So, I mean, as a state, we have several programs that are focused on mitigation. Our current governor is very focused on climate. We have a climate action plan, and there's enormous tax incentives for reduction and mitigation. But we also have lots of funding for farmers in particular around adaptation, climate smart agriculture, renewable energy, all these kind of things. But the program that I mentioned earlier too, of just investing in infrastructure and de-risking this really low margin industry for producers and food businesses is huge. So we surveyed our hundreds of grantees, and 95% said that they feel better prepared to respond to future disruptions. And that's part of that redundancy and diversification, right? If your neighbor's farm floods, you want to make sure that you can still grow your own food, right? Or have someone else's support. So we also have a fund that was stood up during the 2023 floods. I think it might have been the same for Connecticut, that our legislature supported. So I think having that insurance policy and making sure that we think about farmers and fishers as part of our insurance policy, right? And recognizing the disruptions that they're facing. But just anecdotally, so fisheries, for instance, is one that I think is facing some massive changes, right? The ocean's absorbing 90% of carbon. And we have a big fisheries industry in Massachusetts. And the issue is that fish don't care about state borders, so they're moving all over the place. But our federal regulations, you go 3 miles out, and it's regulated by the federal government. Super complicated, regulatory environment. But we're dealing with situations where the farmers have to go further and further north, but then they have to land it in a certain port in order to, follow the regulations. So I think there's some opportunities there, actually. I can't say we have solutions in the fishery space, but I think there has been a big focus on agriculture. Also, extending the growing season. So we've actually seen a lot of investment in, greenhouses, some really cool methods of using geothermal energy to grow year-round so that you can extend your season. I think we have a lot to learn from other countries like the Netherlands that's growing food indoors year-round in more controlled environments, and I think that's going to be part of our future.
I live on Long Island. I'm not sure if I mentioned that, but obvious threats to with sea level rise, warming waters, pest pressure. One of the things that I'm concerned about is the defunding of land-grant universities that are doing the basic science research and providing technical assistance to growers to address these issues. And what I'm encouraged about, though, is during Earth Week earlier this year, Governor Kathy Hochul announced that there would be a statewide coordinated climate resilience action plan. Many state agencies have been addressing issues through their lenses, but really to unite those efforts in a similar way as the Office of Food Security Advocate here in New Jersey.
Excellent. So looking ahead 3 to 5 years, what would success look like for food security and resiliency in your region? And What systemic changes need to happen to create more sustainable, equitable food access for all residents?
I have the mic, so I'll continue. I think last year, actually, during an internal leadership meeting, I suggested, why not let's amend the New York State Constitution to include the basic right to adequate food, however that needs to be worded. And, you know, it seems like a really difficult task, but New York State actually has an amendment in its constitution for a right to a healthy environment. And, you know, there's pathways forward for this type of thing, and obviously case law that has to be built in order to defend it. But I was very encouraged coming to this conference that this resolution is being proposed, and you know, if you can dream it, then you can do it, right? And to live that life of service and really see that everyone should be able to have food. There's a lot of other ideas mechanically, but I think at the basic foundation, that's a way forward.
Yeah, and I think building on that, when you acknowledge that food is a right, then you fund it so, which was talked about earlier. And so one of the things that I'm really inspired by, and I've had the opportunity to work with people that put this idea in my head, that food is a public good. Food should be public infrastructure. We should think about it in the same way as we think about libraries and different things like that. And there's all different ways you can blend the private and public sector to achieve that. But I think that's something that I'm really inspired by, and seeing more public investment, not less public investment in food security and food systems and farmers and fishers. I'm also really inspired and excited to see more regional collaboration. So I have the opportunity to be part of this group called New England Food System Planners Partnership, and we have a vision working towards New England feeding New England, and maybe we could get New York and New Jersey to come in. But we've been doing a lot around shared goals and metrics. So for instance, we actually don't know how much of the food we produce we actually consume here. That 90% is a ballpark. And so we're actually trying to work together in a coordinated way to use the same methodology to measure local food consumption, to use that as one indicator of resilience. So I'm hopeful in the next 3 to 5 years we'll see more state-level investment and collaboration.
I don't think I can say it any better than both of them have already, but I think, yeah, collaboration and investment and planning are the three big things. And I will say, I think this conversation today is a great first step on that path to success. I have learned so much just being here, and I will freely admit that I have, in my recommendations to the Connecticut General Assembly, shamelessly borrowed from New Jersey, from Massachusetts. I'm like, hey, they're doing something. It seems to be working really well. Why don't we borrow it too? And I think that sharing of information, these conversations that let us get new ideas, is a great way to speed up that improvement. We may not all, none of us are gonna have the solution by ourselves, but each of us is gonna have part of it. And then I think, just like Julie was saying, that sort of central planning and agreement between our region around these key metrics. So I will shout out Mark and Dr. Jenny, because 2 weeks ago, they were up in Hartford at our state capitol presenting on the 6 dimensions of food insecurity. I'll also shout out the Economic Development Agency, because they were there presenting on the Food Desert Index. And our attendees were like, wow, that's really, really cool. Maybe we should measure it the same way. No need to reinvent the wheel. And so I think that sort of sharing across borders will not only allow us to all sort of compare data, compare notes, see the problem similarly, but then I think also will allow us to plan similarly. So one thing I would love to see Connecticut do is develop that strategy to end food insecurity. I know New Jersey's working on that. I know Maine has one. I believe Rhode Island has a state food strategy. And I think using these metrics that are being developed regionally, I'd love to see each state have a plan for their state that fits into the larger whole of how do these work together to provide that support for everyone, because hunger doesn't care about state lines.
That's awesome. So how do the strategies for addressing food insecurity differ between urban and rural communities in your experience? And what works well in cities that doesn't translate to rural areas and vice versa?
So I will, even in a state as small as Connecticut, there is definitely a difference between our rural communities and our urban communities. And the way I wrote this down to make sure I said it right, I would say it's similar themes but different specifics. So everywhere, at least in our state, like the same core barriers are there: access, affordability, agency, but they manifest in slightly different ways. So I know in our cities, one of the big challenges is getting is physically transporting, to the point of infrastructure, transporting the food to those cities, because a lot of our food is produced in the rural areas. And we have these great farmers market nutrition programs that our agencies do phenomenal jobs with. But for the farmers themselves, that means if you want to sell your produce in Bridgeport or New Haven, but you work in the far north of the state where most of our produce is, you're driving for half the day to get down there, half the day to get back. If you happen to have leftovers, you have to have storage to get it back up. You have to make sure nothing spoils. And I think in the rural areas, same broad problem of transportation, but while the food's already there, it's more finding a location where all the people can get to, because public transportation isn't as robust. A lot of these communities are quite small and spaced out, and a lot of them have one nonprofit or regional group that's responsible for multiple towns. So it's how maybe putting all the food in one spot is not going to be very efficient there, in the same way that having a farmer's market at the intersection of all the public transportation lines in a city would. So I think that same underlying challenge just manifests slightly differently.
Yeah, it's interesting. We had a report that there's an annual report that the Greater Boston Food Bank does with MGH each year, and it just came out over the summer, and it's showing the same trends in New Jersey, right, that the trend is going in the wrong direction. But it showed that different parts of the state, and actually the more rural parts of the state and the Greater Boston area have higher levels of food insecurity. Our rural parts are like Western Mass, over by New York, and then the Boston area. So I think it's really similar challenges, but I think it requires different solutions. And I think the benefit of working at the state level is that we get to see the whole picture, and we get to listen to people on the ground and tell us what they want to see and where they want to see public investment go. But it's complicated. It's a complicated issue, but I think it's interesting to see that there's higher levels of food insecurity, at least in Massachusetts, in both the more densely populated areas and the more rural, as opposed to more of the middle kind of area.
Christian mentioned transportation, right? Whether you have a car and you have to travel a long distance and afford gas, or you are traveling on the New York City subway and challenged physically with getting your materials back to wherever your home is. I think New York State has done a really good job of giving agency to people in communities through grant programs to design what will work for them. And New York State is such a wildly different state depending on where you are within it. I was actually part of the review committee for the Retail Food Access Expansion Grant, and to see from nonprofit food hubs to cities partnering with bargain grocery stores, the different innovative solutions that people are coming up with. It's really something I'm proud of, working within my division, that we can implement these grant programs and say, solve it the way that makes sense for you. And so the other thing about meeting people where they are, the governor actually put together a fund through the capital budget for the Regional School Food Infrastructure Grant, so helping schools to invest in kitchens or commissaries with partner nonprofits to help prepare scratch meals, use more of New York State produce, and leverage incentive programs to get better reimbursements back. So I think really that key message is meeting people where they are, letting people solve it the way that makes sense for them.
Great. I have another question about most, if not all of you, heard that USDA is going to stop measuring food insecurity. What do you all think that means in particular for your state? Any thoughts? That one I just sprung on them. They didn't know I was going to ask that.
Yeah, but also I feel slightly prepared to answer this because we, again, when Mark and Dr. Jenny were up in Connecticut, we happened to be having a whole event around how do we measure hunger, how do we collect data on food insecurity, and this announcement came out 3 days later, so we were like, oh, well, this was more timely than we thought it was going to be. But I think for us, it really, I think to that point of resiliency that we talked about at the beginning, I think it really brings home the need to, as much as we can, control the factors that are in our control. So I know one thing that we've been researching is, how could we take some of the research that's already been done in New Jersey around measuring food insecurity in this really robust way with the 6 dimensions, how can we bring that to Connecticut? Because in order to fully, I think the first panel of the day talked about this, that data is invaluable in mapping out how to fix the problem. If you don't fully understand it, it's hard to address.
I mean, it's terrible that that's cut, and I think, I heard that there were some nuances. Are they going to stop collecting the data, or are they just going to stop reporting it? I was on a call recently with a bunch of researchers, not just in Massachusetts, that were thinking, like, is there a way that we could coordinate between the states in these next few years that we're dealing with a lack of information. We do have a statewide study that still requires funding in Massachusetts, so I think that we'll be able to weather the storm, but it's a total loss, I think, to not have a coordinated federal data set. So open to collaboration and ideas from other states about how we can work together on data collection.
Yeah, I was really inspired and actually been meaning to give you my card, Dr. Jenny. Data is the foundation of every decision, every good decision. So it's really perplexing to understand why decades of data wouldn't continue, so that you could benchmark your state against what's going on throughout the nation. However, there are probably a lot of data sets that haven't been mined, coordinated, and reported. And so one of the things that we're doing with New York State Council on Hunger and Food Policy is recommending to unify some of the data sets that we're seeing through Department of Health, the Office of Temporary Disability Assistance, the Office of Children and Family Services. Could we create a new path forward, as you've done in New Jersey, to keep our own data sacred and benchmark for ourselves? So I think there's resilience in that, and I'm really looking forward to joining the group of colleagues, because you really don't know what you don't know, and if we can talk together and humble ourselves for the greater good, I think that's the path forward.
Do you all have any questions for each other? I was curious if you have any questions that arose while you were sitting here for each other.
We ate lunch together, so we asked each other a bunch of questions already.
Well, this is just the basics to lighten the mood. But when I was, when I grew up in New Jersey, as I said earlier, and then my dad worked for Ford Motor Company. We moved to Michigan when I was 10 years old. And we used to come back, and the 2 things that we used to bring with us was Taylor ham, pork roll, and bagels that we would bring back because we had Lender's Bagels was the option in Michigan. So my question would be, what's your favorite New Jersey food?
I mean, I think the right thing to say is like a Philly cheesesteak, but the truth is I don't really eat a ton.
Philly.
Well, I mean, South Jersey is like, it's right there. But I think my answer is the tomato, the Jersey, yeah.
So I'll admit I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage here, but I would say for me the answer would be bagels. So I grew up in Ohio and I lived in Louisiana, and there is nothing quite like a New York, New Jersey bagel. And when I was at my previous job. I mentioned I didn't like them, and one of my colleagues who was from New Jersey was like, "That is absolutely unacceptable. I am going to bring you one, and you're going to try it, and you're going to change your opinion on it."
I can't pick just one, but I will say Italian food. I feel like in North Carolina, it's all right, but here, Italian food is amazing. So we're winding down. I guess I'm just going to see if the panelists have any other last words of wisdom, anything else that you want to say in your last. Yeah, I don't know if we can. Are we allowed to take questions? All right, shout it out loud.
I'm curious about the data collection. I'm still catching up on, obviously, the effort to no longer track that data. But I wonder if it's intentional in the sense that it appears under this administration that we're siloing again. We're intentionally pulling out of the UN and all of those entities where there's an opportunity to collaborate to perhaps prevent COVID-19 pandemics, right? If we would have collaborated effectively and shared information. So understanding the UN's definition and the measurements on food security, and then charging, nations to live up to these measurements and track them. Do you think that it could be related to that, where, we just want to pull away and live in these silos, as hurtful as it can be?
Yes, I do think that's the case. I don't know if they want to say anything since they're representing their various states, but I mean, I think it's very intentional. I think that food insecurity rates are going to go up, and this administration doesn't want to be beholden to it.
The SNAP cuts and Medicaid cuts, I think it's not happening all at once, right? There's, SNAP Ed, and then there's the error rate, and then there's the immediate eligibility. So I think it's going to be a cascading effect, and it probably, I think if you don't want to know something, then don't measure it. And I think that could be a little bit of what we're seeing, and it's going to more burden falls on the state. But I can't speak to the international.
Yeah, I mean, answering the question that you asked would require the ability to read minds, right? So we don't know. However, I'd say rather than focus on motive, focus on what we do have agency over, right? We can mine our own data. We can report our own data. We can benchmark it and, compare year over year. And if you're building the case in a court of law or a court of public opinion, facts matter. And so I personally, that's how I approach it, because these issues are emotional, right? But if we can ground ourselves in the facts and continue to build the case over time, we can stay grounded in those good decisions that we're making and the public policy that we're guiding.
This is our chance to be able to measure the 5 other dimensions of food security, so we can work on that during this time as well.
Yeah, and just to sort of echo that, like, I also wouldn't comment as to motive, but I think, to your point, I think this also does present an opportunity to provide some clarity, not just with, the other dimensions, but also with these top line numbers. So I remember my first day on the job, I got, the first question that I discussed with colleagues was, all right, let's see how much food insecurity there is in Connecticut. And the answer is it depends on who you ask. The USDA put it at about 10%, Feeding America 14, and Data Haven, which is a fantastic local nonprofit, 18. And that margin of error is about 250,000 people. And that was actually the motive for us to have our data event 2 weeks ago, was independent of any of these changes, there's a lot that we don't know, and there's a lot in these gray areas. And I think obviously it takes work to be able to do these measurements as states, and it takes, as you heard earlier, a ton of research and a ton of partnerships, but it also really empowers us as states to cut through all that confusion, cut through all those narratives, and get at, okay, what exactly does this problem look like?
So keep up all of your really important work. So with that, we're going to close out this panel. Amazing speakers, and please join me in thanking them.
All right, folks, another round of applause for that incredible panel. Regional Partnerships panel, moderated by Amy. We had Christian Dubourg, Julian Stelmazik, excuse me, and Kate Fulham. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to butcher your last name, sorry. All right, friends, we have one more panel to go, and we need that energy, right? This is going to be another great panel. So, round of applause, right? Feel good? Okay. All right, folks. Everybody stand up for a second, please. Yeah, Let's do this. Stand up. All right. Okay. All right. We'll stretch it out a little bit first. I know I said I was going to be quick, Madison, but I was just looking at the audience. I think they needed this. All right, everybody. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to turn to the person beside us, and depending on the relationship you have with that person, shake their hand or give them a hug. Yeah, just felt we need a little love, a little love. All right, that's it. Sit back down, please. All right. Have a seat, have a seat. I won't subject y'all to my Zumba lesson. Because I could do it up here. I could. Okay, so we're getting ready for the last panel. And we've talked a lot today about partnerships and coalitions, right? And we've definitely heard from our brothers and sisters on the public side. And now we want to hear from our brothers and sisters on the private side. So this is going to be a very, very interesting panel. This panel will be moderated by Jamel's Washington Rock. Jamel's Washington Rock. Yes, Jamel's. All the flowers to you. We have a friend of mine, Kate. What's up, Kate? From Nova Nordisk in the house. Barbara Mintz, another friend of mine from Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas. Andrew Kent. I don't know you, Andrew, but I'm looking forward to meeting you, sir. You're on the private side, so I know there's some dollars in that pocket. I'm in the middle of a capital campaign, Kent. So, and then April Shetter? Shetter, did I get that right? Close, right? All right. But yeah, so looking forward to you all. Jamel's is going to moderate this panel. Come on up, everybody. Enjoy.
Pleasure. Very nice to meet you. Nice to see you. Andrew, pleasure. Pleasure. Good to see you in person. Good to see you. Hello, friend. Yeah, Sharon. Okay. Right, we get to stare at our faces the whole time. So, thank you all. It's great to be in conversation with each of you, and having spent the day with most all of you, if I haven't said hi
just give me another, hour or so and I'll get to you. But wanted to just thank our panelists for rounding out the day. And one of the things that we wanted to do is open this session with a quote. With Mark's permission, I got to use the quote that's from my auto reply. If you ever reach out to me and the office is closed or I'm offline, this is the quote that is in my signature. It's from the Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech in Oslo, Norway, 1964, from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. It's when he said, "I have the audacity to believe that peoples everywhere can have 3 meals a day for their bodies, education and culture for their minds, and dignity, equality, and freedom for their spirits." So we know that all of us in this room and our online community share in the same audacity. If we didn't, we wouldn't be here. And so I'm just glad that we have Barbara and Kate, Andrew and April here representing that same audacity in the private sector. So thank you. Let's start with each of you. Just introduce yourselves a little bit more and share some of the food security work you're excited to have accomplished. I know some of you have worked together, or even what you're excited to be working on currently. Whichever you'd like to start.
You want to be fighting over the mic now. Guys, thanks. We made it. We're almost there. It's freezing in here. We just ate. But those of us that work in and around walk-in coolers, we're very comfortable right now. I think you could hang some meat in here. But so thanks, Jamel's. Of course, lovely to be up here with you guys. I'm really excited to be here. I'm very proud to be amongst you all and to be amongst some friends here in the audience. So by title, I'm the Assistant Vice President of Community Health Engagement at Virtual Health. What that really means is I get the privilege of supporting an amazing team of people that just go out into the community every day and just do good. We have a suite of food security and food access programs. We brand as Eat Well, and I'm incredibly proud to be the leader of that program. And just to give you a snippet of what that looks like, Eat Well has a mobile farmers market that goes out into the community year-round and provides access to fresh, affordable produce. By affordable, I mean more than 50% below what you would get retail. We have a mobile grocery store, same concept. It's a one-aisle grocery store on wheels that goes out into the community year-round, provides access to quality, nutritious, affordable food. And then we have 2 food pharmacies, brick-and-mortar food pharmacies located here, right here in South Jersey, which is a prescription program out of our primary care offices for our patients who are experiencing food insecurity and a diet impact chronic condition. I would be here all day if I talked about everything else we have, but those are the things I'm most proud of and most excited to talk to you about today.
Beautiful. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Kent. I represent the 3rd generation ownership of Glass Gardens, Inc. ShopRights. We're one of the 45 families that own Wakefern Food Cooperative, which is the state's largest private employer. Wakefern Food Cooperative operates in 10 states, feeding approximately 12 million people every week under 7 different banners, ShopRite being pretty well known with nearly 140 in the state of New Jersey. My family, we operate 9 stores in New Jersey. We feed about 1 million people every week. It's a responsibility I take very seriously. Just a little bit of history. You know, our family 3 generations ago in Paterson, New Jersey, kept warm from family body heat. And during the Great Depression, we peddled produce on the street corner. And God willing, through the greatest country there is, we had the opportunity and their awesome responsibility to feed people, along with the other 45 families that are part of Wakefern Food Cooperative. I'm the immediate past board chair of the New Jersey Food Council, which is the lobbying body on behalf of the $140 billion food retail industry and distribution industry in the state. I serve as the chairman of the Government Relations Committee at Wakefern, and we're talking about public and private partnerships here. So I spend a lot of time with legislators trying to help pass laws that are going to help our communities eat and get the nutrition they need for peak performance. It's a real focus of our family and our cooperative. One of the things we're most proud of, and I'm most proud of, is Partners for Caring, which is a program that Wakefern launched in 1999, so we're in our 26th year. We've distributed over $50 million into those communities we serve, which I think is a pretty meaningful financial and resource investment. Things I'm personally very proud of, I see some representatives from the Community Food Bank of New Jersey in the back, and I'm very proud, both on a personal basis, to volunteer there. I've supported that institution for a variety of networks I'm part of, and I'll speak a little bit about why I think they're so great to work with. There were some great comments earlier about innovation and how to meet people where they are, and I can speak on behalf of logistics and retail operations about how to partner with institutions to really make it work. Personally, also very involved with the Center for Food Action. I reside in Bergen County, as well as the Interfaith Food Pantry of the Oranges. It's a real pleasure to be here, and thank you all for what you do.
Okay, there's 38 minutes left. My name is Kate Masich. I'm the Director of Social Impact for Novo Nordisk. For those of you that don't know what Novo is, we are a global pharmaceutical company. We make Ozempic. How I explain ourselves, but I've been here for about 4 years, and Novo actually hired me to come in and take a look at what was our strategy for addressing health across the U.S. business. So in relation to our philanthropic efforts, we chose to look at, okay, many of the products that the business makes is focused on chronic disease, so obesity, diabetes, some rare blood disorders. But if you look at what do we do every day? Everyone is eating food. Everyone has, not the options that they should, but, some access that brings us to the table. So we proposed to Novo Nordisk that taking a look at food and nutrition was really the best way to look at how are we helping community outside of the clinic. So it's about 4 years in. We have about $34 million invested across 25 different states, New Jersey being one of them. And here in New Jersey, I am very proud to be able to lead our work. I've luckily partnered with Mark and a number of folks in the room already who have taught me a lot about what it means to be a partner in food security. I was a grantee at one point, actually, of corporate funding, and so I understand what it means to be on your side, how many ridiculous things funders might ask you for in terms of reporting, things that you don't necessarily always see. How does that come through? Like, what are you using this data for? Because it spends, we spend a lot of time collecting it. So I'm trying to really, think about that being on the funder side now. Just how am I showing up for partners in a different way? Is it really necessary? Do I need reporting documents every 6 months? No, but I'm really interested in getting to know what is your perspective. How are you doing the work? I really want to get down in the weeds. I think any partners that have worked with me know that. I come out to projects and really want to know, okay, how are we getting from point A to point Z? So this has been a fantastic journey so far. I will say I'm in an interesting spot at the moment. Novo is in the middle of downsizing. So I will say just really understanding and being in the position of many of the grantee partners that are, not sure if they're going to have a job or, what tomorrow looks like. But I think if everyone, when people come together and they collaborate, there's a lot of opportunity that comes from that. And I will say, just one of the things I've been most proud about so far is being able to come back to the company. I see myself almost as a translator. I see what goes on in the community, and then how do I talk to the business about that so they will continue to invest. And while philanthropically we're investing in food, I'm really challenging them to, okay, well, we purchase food at all of the sites that we have across the U.S. Sodexo is our food service partner. And so I just got them to agree to their first small farm purchase that will be, starting up in November. So at least that's happening. And I think it took a lot of work to get that really small little thing over the finish line. And I think that's just, want to recognize all of you because that is the work you're doing every day. And even though, it's one bullet point on my many, many lists of, accomplishments that I have to deliver on at Novo, it makes a meaningful difference because it is the community that you create, it's the supply chains that you support, and it's the food that actually ultimately gets put on the table, that helps everyone to be nourished and live healthier lives. So happy to be here today. Thanks, Mark, for putting me up here, and for my fellow panelists, because this woman right here, she is, I think I want to be you when I grow up.
Say that to me right before I have to go on mic here now. Good partner here. And that was a big bullet. That wasn't a little bullet. We've been trying to do that in my organization for years. We'll get there. We'll get there. So I am Barbara Mintz. I'm the Senior Vice President for Social Impact and Community Investment for RWJ Barnabas Health. It is late. Forgive me. I am a dietitian by training, so a lot of this work is a labor of love for me. I did have a small stint in corporate retail, so I do get the for-profit side of things. This is much harder, this work, much harder, because of the fact that you really do have to move the needle from my perspective from the macro level. That's not to say that we don't also have a suite of programs that affect not only the individual as a food as medicine lens, but we also try to look at food insecurity specifically from a macro level and a community level, because that's really where the issues are, and to me, that's where all the root causes of food security are. And as a healthcare system, very large in New Jersey, trying to move the needle in this space, we are compelled to look at this macro level. So some of the projects that we're working on do affect all those different levels, if you will. We have 4 food pharmacies now, as April has. We do them in partnership with Community Food Bank of New Jersey and soon to be Mercer Street Friends in Hamilton. We're looking to expand that model because we really do believe that you are what you eat. It provides one-on-one counseling from a dietitian with some medical oversight in our primary care facilities and some other off-site facilities going forward, really letting folks understand why they need to be making the proper choices of food and how it affects their health outcomes at the end of the day. And lots of people do not make that connection at all. Most of these pharmacies are in underserved areas where food is scarce. So if folks do come to us and screen food insecure, they're automatically connected to a food pharmacy. At the macro level and community level, we try to look at food as a distribution issue because everybody said it here today numerous times, and it is very true. We are the Garden State. There's plenty of food here. We're sending it out of the state, and we have to stop doing that if we're ever going to move this needle. So we're looking at piloting, or we are piloting, what we call our Harvest Farm to Table or Farm to Community Center. It will open in March of 2026, and it is sort of a pilot microcosm, if you will, of what we all need to be doing in the food security space, particularly healthcare providers. It will house a space for aggregation and distribution of farm food. We're working with an urban farmer, urban agriculture cooperative, who also has partnerships with farms throughout the state of New Jersey to bring that food in, aggregate it, and distribute it to the tables that need it the most. We also have a demonstration kitchen where we can teach the community why food is so important, teach them how to cook it correctly or healthfully, if you will, making sure that people really do understand and get them engaged in how food can really affect their well-being. And then we have a really interesting component to it, which is called, we have a commercial kitchen, and there we can actually help do small business development right in the city of Newark. We hope to bring in all kinds of food entrepreneurs, folks like local restaurateurs, really sort of help that local business develop itself, because food is an economic stability driver, if you will. If you do not have a healthy food system, your economic stability of a community will not be where it should be. So we do look at this as a way to really help address a broken food system in New Jersey. And so that we're very excited about. And actually, I'm going to give a shout out to my incredible team who are here, my leaders in my team, if they would just stand up. They actually do, sorry to embarrass you. They actually lead different components of this for us. One really is very strong in the food access piece, so she works with all of our food pharmacies and connects them with the farming and the Community Food Bank of New Jersey, and now soon to be Mercer Street Friends. And then Carrie does a lot of our food education, because again, you can have access to food and you can tell people what to eat, but as April will tell you, if you don't have those two together, you'll never be able to make somebody healthy and well at both the individual and the macro level. And then I have Anthony Capisi, did I pronounce that correctly? Who just had twins, by the way, I can't even believe he's here, who's going to be the director for our Harvest Hub. And I have one more program I just want to highlight because I think I am really proud of this program. It's something that we sort of didn't think we'd ever be able to do, and the fact that we're actually doing it again is if you can see it in your mind, you can actually do it. And it is with partnerships with the Department of Family Development and State. We have a SNAP Navigator program where we employ 14 navigators throughout the state of New Jersey that are affiliated with each one of our 12 acute care hospitals, but they are not actually in the hospital. They are in the communities, working with community-based organizations, getting folks connected to SNAP. And now I need a drink of water.
Well, thank you all. We'll be delving deeper into some of the things that you highlighted. Well, actually, Andrew, you hang on to the microphone because the next question is for you. You talked about some of the investments in community, and with Wakefern, I know that some of the partners in the cooperative participate in the Good Food Bucks, and you mentioned how Glass Gardens in particular is a partner with Center for Food Action, and you're also a partner with the Bergen County Office of Food Security Task Force. So can you talk a little bit about, say, those two particular partnerships, how they began, how they've evolved?
Happy to. Thank you. So yes, I'm very lucky that I live in Bergen County, and one of our commissioners, Tracy Zur, she leads the Bergen County Task Force for Food Security. I serve on that task force, and it's a really great public-private partnership with a lot of the agencies that are responsible for leading the institutions that are distributing to those that are food insecure within the county. There's been great leadership, I think, up in Bergen County. We're very organized. I think we're efficient. Something I'd like to just say from an operational perspective, I think there's something to be said about human connection and relationship management if you want to partner with a private enterprise to really understand how to make it as easy as possible for-profit companies to really serve a purpose in the community over and above their stated mission, but helping people to eat well, be happy, to eat, and provide for their families. And that really comes down to the detailed operations and logistics of the pickups or the deliveries and who you're working with, and make it as seamless as possible. The greatest success we've seen, where we have the greatest impact, is where you have those great relationships with those beneficiary institutions. We're very proud of a lot of that work we've done up in Bergen County, in particular where I reside, where our company is headquartered. And then I know Wakefern, being closer down at Keesby, has done an amazing job with the Community Food Bank of New Jersey, for instance. As it pertains to a variety of different food incentive programs, particularly SNAP incentive or double produce bucks type of programs, I operate a store in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, which is a Middlesex County, where we're very active with that program in particular. We're very proud of it. Our family operates the only ShopRite in the city of Newark, the state's largest city. We have a variety of programs there, and we continue to invest in a lot of food security-related programs there. I'm first a husband and a parent. My wife's an educator. I'm a coach. We invest heavily in youth sports. And I really think about peak performance a lot. And the only way these kids can reach their full potential is through adequate nutrition, both academically and athletically. So whether we're selling the nutrition or whether we're helping to support to make sure those kids have the same opportunities to reach their full potential, that's really our mission. We've been doing it since 1938. So we're very proud of these programs. We're open to lots of additional programs. It's something that all the member families of the Wakefern Food Cooperative have committed to, is food security, and particularly through the Partners for Caring program. Thank you.
Thank you. I think just hearing the breadth of investment in community, it can and does and should take many forms. So looking at the next question from the perspective of New Jersey's farmers and ranchers and fisheries, this next question is for you, April, and you, Barbara. We'll work the mics as needed. You're both dietitians by training. Can you, that's right, give it up. That's right. We'll do a wave later. So wanted to ask each of you, April and Barbara, what are some of the efforts and intentionality that you've put into building relationships with New Jersey's growers? And can you talk about that?
How much time do we have left? Yeah, 24 minutes. Got it. Yeah, that's a loaded question. I mean, as a dietitian, I'll just start by saying, you know, obviously we have a love of food, and that's why we get into this. I just had a really wonderful conversation with my very first professor as I went into this field during the lunch. Shout out to Dr. Maureen Ridenauer back there from Rowan University. You know, when I was in school quite a while ago, we didn't learn about hunger, right? We didn't learn about equity. We didn't learn about the things that maybe were uncomfortable to talk about, or what people that grew up in privilege like myself just weren't aware of. And so I went into my first several years as a clinical dietitian just thinking, I'm going to give everybody the advice that I was, you know, learned in the books and learned in my schoolwork, and I'm just going to help people get access to, you know, make sure you're eating lean proteins and whole grains and fresh fruits and vegetables. And I never once thought to ask if they had access to the food I was recommending, if they could afford the food I was recommending, if they had transportation to get to the store for the food that I was recommending. And I would say it was probably 6, 7, 8 years into my career when I realized this. And I say that it hit me like a ton of bricks, and it really did. And there was a lot of shame with that, right? And I'm just being completely honest. I felt very shameful that I was facing people in my office and at the bedside day after day after day and saying, lean proteins, whole grains, fresh fruits and vegetables, and I never once thought to ask if they could afford it, have access to it, or transportation or the like. So really, when the opportunity presented itself for me to have this role at Virtual Health now and leading, you know, our Food is Medicine program, I really do. I know a lot of people say they have the privilege of leading. I really feel that I have the privilege of leading it because I'm trying to make up for lost time in all those conversations that we had where we could have gone that extra step. But the shout out to Dr. Ridenauer, bringing it back to the beginning, is because now, thanks to partnerships and relationships, you know, I think everything in life comes down to relationships. And because of the wonderful relationship I have with Dr. Ridenauer, we were able to start a dietetic internship rotation at Virtual Health to have the future dietetic students rotate through our programs and get exposure to community, to different ways that people walk through life, to different struggles and challenges. And our last group of interns came, and here I'm doing my spiel about, you know, I didn't get the hit me like a ton of bricks, and I didn't know, and I was giving the recommendations. They say, yeah, we learned all this already. So I'm giving a shout out to Rowan and all the educators in the room who are making it a point to talk about the different ways in which people walk through life, so the different challenges that people have, so that when we do programs like what we have at Virtual Health with our Eat Well program, it's not such an aha moment. You know, it's just this is the right thing to do, and this is what we do. I have no idea what the question was, but but I saw some smiles and some people clapped, so, and Mark was nodding, so that was good. But from a relationship perspective, I mean, I can look around the room. It might not be every table, but most tables in here, I've had some sort of conversation or connection with somebody, and it's allowed Virtua to get further. It's allowed them to get further. It's allowed that person to get further. And so I really value relationships a lot, and that just that making an introduction for somebody or a connection for somebody could be the difference between growing a program or, you know, having a phone call to just work through a problem together.
Well, I had a similar experience. When I first went into healthcare, I was also a clinical dietitian at the bedside. And I really thought I had made a huge mistake, because here I am walking from bed to bed looking at the same patient, similar patients with the same issues, with the same chronic conditions, recommending cans of Ensure, and then telling them that they needed to eat more protein and they needed to eat more whole grains and fruits and vegetables, and then I would go home. So I felt very unfulfilled with that, asked for an outpatient position and was able to do that, and then then the light bulb really went on over the head. Like when you're working in a city of the South Ward of Newark and you're seeing patients in an outpatient setting day in and day out, and you're telling them, this is your diet prescription, this is what you need to eat to be healthy and well and get your hemoglobin A1C down and lower your blood sugar and lose weight, and then they would either never come back to see me again, or when they did come back, nothing had really changed. So it was one patient one day that came in and said to me, okay, we got to talk. And she did. She told me that her 12-year-old daughter was pregnant and that she had a lot more issues to deal with than the fact that I was telling her to eat more protein. We started talking about where she shopped and how she was going to deal with the situation at hand. And coming out of school as a second career and going into an area like this and thinking that I was going to change the world with 1 or 2 diet prescriptions, I was ashamed also. So I kind of made it my thing for the rest of my career that I was going to make sure that these folks taught me. I went there to teach them, and I learned so much just talking to my patients. I lived the social determinants of health with them every single day. Some people didn't have transportation. Some people didn't understand that while there was so much food around, and it was all fast food down in places like this, there's food deserts and food swamps, it was the access to healthy food. So after that, I started to develop education programs that told them how to navigate their environment and at least get the needle moving, but it wasn't enough. So that's when I decided it was time for me to do more public health work and get out there and really start to make a difference in the community, whether it was working with the faith-based organizations or working with the ShopRite in Newark, or just working with other folks that didn't necessarily look like a typical partner for healthcare, setting up a farmer's market in the lobby of the hospital, building an Earthbox farm in a parking lot, and then eventually building a greenhouse really started to get some attention, at least to our patients in that area, that we really did care about them and that we wanted to give them something more in their life other than just a diet prescription or a doctor's visit prescription. So I too forgot the question now, and it's like I'm sitting there on my soapbox here talking about things that I'm so passionate about. I really also discovered early on that I couldn't do this by myself. I mean, you know, I'm not Superwoman. I know I have all these ideas, I have all this passion, but it does take different industries to work with you, like farming industry, like Big Pharma, like people that didn't have the same education that I had. I connected with a woman who had built 3 or 4 greenhouses, hydroponic greenhouses, and connected with her, and she helped me set up the farmers markets that we had. I worked with the public schools in Newark to try to get a nutrition education program embedded into their health classes. So it wasn't me, it was the partnership and the collaboration and the synergy that came from people that really had the same passion and the same North Star, if you will, about how to create a healthier and happier, more productive community.
Thank you both, and if time allows, we'll get back around to the original question, but I want to make sure we get everyone a chance to respond and participate in the conversation. And just to the points that each of you made too about the revelation you had in your work, and I think even in how we approach community, something that came to me just now, one of my community godmothers has a phrase of, compassion is remembering how hard it is to be human. So, you know, I just hold space for that, and so I appreciate you both sharing that, but then also that you have since become much more intentional. Kate, I wanted to bring you into the conversation in terms of Novo being this global organization. If you could talk a little bit more in depth about how you have really been in community. You referenced some work of how it takes a long time to get to the finish line. I don't know if you'd like to elaborate on that, or you had shared before about some interesting work you had funded in Camden as well. So we'd love to hear more.
Sure, okay. Well, definitely going to look for partnership on this panel after I walk out of here. But luckily, we have had some of that already going on. I will say just a few things that, implementing in a European company where, philanthropy is not typically something that they're always doing in Europe. But there's a lot of programming that does support social good. So there's, again, the education component on that end. I will say in terms of just being a better partner for any grantees that receive dollars, I think especially in the corporate environment, the first thing that we implemented when I got here was multi-year grants. I mean, it is impossible, I think, to really get programs up and running and then be constantly thinking about where your next dollars are coming from while you're trying to hire and, bring the community along. So I feel like, just being, cognizant of that being a real need. And that was an argument, I will say, like on our end, because I sit inside of the business. I am not a foundation, so I'm held to the same standards that the different business units are. So, I am not a money-making part of the organization, but, just, again, really being able to understand from the perspective of how long does it take to get a project done, right? Companies, they operate in quarters. Well, with grants, and especially this type of change, it's many, many years often until you really do see some impact. I think, just, again, really the education piece internally, I think being a corporate partner, we're probably always seen as, okay, that doesn't seem that attainable. I talk to so many different grantees and, I'm not able to fund everything. I think so many of the projects are interesting and, really trying to figure out how to, as Barbara was saying, have partnerships that like we can bring different people in and get groups to work together in coalition. And then, lastly, for me, I'm not from New Jersey, from Long Island, but now a proud Jersey resident. I think that I didn't know about the landscape here. I was hired for the job, I moved here, and I spent a lot of time talking to other funders as well as different organizations on the ground to learn about what the landscape looked like so that I can make investments and put dollars and bring people together in a way that, made sense and wasn't continuously duplicating, many of the same programs.
Did you find that grantees were also pressuring themselves to operate in terms of quarters as well?
No, and I didn't want them to feel that way. So I think that kind of, again, that sort of translator role of being able to hear and listen to what the grantee projects are saying and then take that back to be able to, I'd say argue, but to communicate in a way with leadership on my teams that, again, this type of work takes a long time because it's been, there hasn't been a ton of investment in it to create the structure that, really is part of what the grant programs that we're funding, is helping to put in place.
So something that we talked about leading up to today is really about putting the humanity back in corporate engagement. Each of you have spoken about that in some way with the work that you're doing. So let's, talk about being connectors. How open are you to working with community-based organizations? You've already mentioned different examples. So if someone hasn't already come up to you today and they want to come up to you, is there a certain size? Is there a certain operating budget? Is there, if they're a farmer, if they're a fishery? So can you talk, each of you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, I'll start if you don't mind. I forget the question already.
They are not going to sit us next to each other anymore.
I'm so cold, I can't think. Seriously.
How can people work with you?
Yes, how can people work with us? Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a participant too. I'm like, wow, that's really good. So yeah, I think, something we talked about, and Barbara and I talked about this a little bit, is, and I'm sorry, my employer is Virtua Health. I don't even think I mentioned that. We are the largest healthcare system in southern New Jersey. We service Burlington County, Camden County, and Gloucester County, which is where we sit right now. So this is the footprint for Virtua Health. So if you need care, you're in a good spot. But something that we talked about, with Barbara and myself is that people can see us and these big employers, big health systems, big flashy logos and the commercials and all these things and think, oh, geez, they're untouchable. They're so big. I don't even know who to reach out to. How do I get involved with that person? Or who are these people? If somebody wants to reach out to Virtua, if anybody is from South Jersey right now in this room and is just thinking like, oh, I would love to XYZ with Virtua. I would love to meet the person that at Virtua. We're just people, right? We just work for a really big place. There's 15,000 colleagues, but there's 26 people on our team. So we're just like a little community in this huge space, right? So I think all you need to do is know one person, and I'm glad to throw my name in that ring for you. So if there's any small CBOs or faith-based organizations, farmers organizations in the room that wants to talk to Virtua, they're just curious, pick our brain, meet people. If there's somebody you're trying to meet, please let me know. My name is up there, and you can find me very easily. But please, I would just encourage anybody to not see a big logo, a big brand, and a very large healthcare system and just think that they're untouchable. One of the community organizations that's very, very near and dear to my heart, Cathedral Kitchen in Camden City. I don't know if Carrie or Noreen is still here. Shout out to CK. They are one of the largest soup kitchens in the area, which does much, much more than that. But people will ask me all the time, well, how do we get involved with Virtua? Well, that's the first thing you have to do is just ask. Ask anybody that works for the organization, and then, we're happy to make introductions for you or see what we can do. We provide health screenings at Cathedral Kitchen now. We provide volunteers. Our colleagues go over there and serve meals all the time. And it really just started with, hey, what's that big place with the big flashy logo, and how do I get to know you guys? And so, years later, we have this wonderful relationship. So I would just encourage you, if you're a farmer of one, a fishery of one, it doesn't matter. We would love to know who you are and chat with you and see if we can't directly impact the work, maybe we know somebody that can. And maybe we can connect you to the next person or make that introduction for you.
Thank you. And just to add to that, every member of our cooperative and every retail location supports about a dozen institutions in the food security space in every community that retail location serves. That's part of the Partners for Caring program as an example. I think the average member owner is really focused on impact and optimization of that impact efficiency. So if you're a potential beneficiary organization that you think you've got a better impact story, a better efficiency story, of really, like I said, I want all these kids to reach their full potential. So if you've got a better model, I would build a relationship with that retail location, their ownership, figure out exactly what they're focused on, and I would pitch them. And that can be in person, that can be through networks like this, that can be electronically. But I would say, again, efficiency really matters. Understanding the donor and the retail location in this particular case for our business, and understanding that they are likely serving many, usually about at least a dozen in the food security space already in each community. And in the state of New Jersey, that's a lot of communities and municipalities. But there's a lot of room for innovation, and there's a lot of room for better impact. And we work across the spectrum, again, with faith-based institutions, with public health institutions, with the local pantries, with the larger food banks, and the entire, vertically integrated supply chain, as well as growers. So please reach out, but know that we're already pretty active, and hopefully you've got a better model that we can invest in as well. Thank you.
I feel like there's not so much more to add other than like a lot of my connections in New Jersey have really come through other partners that kind of have passed on and opened the door to having conversations. So I am open and willing. I was saying to someone earlier that a lot of times with at least in the corporate setting right now, it is, you have to be like right place, right time. Like you build the relationship and you continue to be in touch over, sometimes it's years before the funding can line up in a way that you can make the investment. But I love the smaller organizations, the folks that maybe you don't have all the data to prove that your past work has done X, Y, and Z, but we're willing to take a chance and try a different approach. So I don't know, I'd say reach out, but I think doing that through the network, even LinkedIn is certainly a way that I get connected to a lot of people. So thanks.
I know we are a very big organization like Wakefern. I think we're the two of the top employers in the state of New Jersey. So, I mean, we are, from the outside, we do look pretty scary. I mean, sometimes it scares me, even working for an organization this size. But part of our mission is to really help those who are in need. And it's not just to continue this trend of episodic care where people are getting sick and that's the only way we're treating them. We want to make sure that we get out into the community and stop it before it actually happens, and not just for the financial reasons that you read about. I mean, we really do care. I have to say that our CEO, even our whole financial team, our government affairs team, this is what we do, and they have invested in this work for me beyond anything I would have ever have imagined. So we are open to any kind of ideas, any kind of interesting partnerships that we can develop with you. I'm sure, we think we've probably got all of the pieces in the right place, but I think if we start to think like that and that we know all the answers, that's going to get us into trouble too. So I think the door and our minds are always open, and I think the key to this work is to not stay in those silos. We have to reach out to each other, embrace each other and what we're doing, and adding to this very big project, I'm going to call it, because that's what it is. I really do believe that with this collective impact and all these people in here today, freezing to death, that we are going to do this, especially with Mark's leadership. And I can't see the momentum stopping. So again, reach out.
Somebody please check the thermostat. Clearly, our panel is struggling. We are on the struggle bus, but we're wrapping it up. So thank you, April, Andrew, Kate, Barbara. I know our time is coming to a close. You'll be able to go outside, warm up a little bit for a quick second. So I wanted to thank you all, too, for being part of the conversation as well. And one of the things that we appreciate about each of you is that you're also cognizant of the power of corporate in the room. Like when Colleen mentioned earlier in the morning session about connecting the food banks in Somerset County with the business sector and the business community, but also understanding that there can be a fear of the power dynamic when you're in the room. So thank you all for being so sensitive and aware of that as well. So to wrap us up, I'd like to share one last quote, bear with me. This one is from Reverend Dr. Bernice King, and she posted it in December of 2020 ahead of the upcoming recognition of MLK Day, honoring her late father. And for that, she wrote, "Plant a garden, but also commit to ending food deserts and eradicating the injustices that cause them. Service matters. Systemic change alleviates why the service is needed." So I lean on that quote personally in my own life when my family and friends are like, what is it you do? So to be able to talk about, upstream and downstream and connect what everyone is doing wherever they touch people's lives. And so I thank you all. The conversation today, all day long, has been about partnership. That partnership is the path forward, and it has been, and we're doing really amazing things in New Jersey. So I just want to say, let's commit to continue doing the work, and also continuing to meet each other and everyone we serve, not only where they are, but also where they dream. So thank you.
All right, folks. 2 more hours to go. That's all we got left. I think you guys can do it, yeah? 2 hours? Listen, man, this thermostat thing, I like this temperature. I got to tell you, my furnace is always running hot, though, so. All right, friends. So, just another round of applause, of course, for that incredible panel. Incredible. So if you were a moderator or a panelist, please stand up. Round of applause for all of these incredibly brilliant, resourceful warriors in this industry. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for blessing us with the wisdom and the nuggets today. We really appreciate you. Now, we have some folks in the audience. They're volunteer student ambassadors. They've been walking around with these white shirts on and black slacks. They have been incredibly supportive making this all happen. So can you all stand up, please? The volunteer student ambassadors. Appreciate you. We got to work on your drip next year, though, right? We'll work on that. We got to get a different uniform set up. It's all right. That's all right. We'll work that out. We appreciate your support today, of course. Audio video team, thank you all. Y'all don't get to shine, but it's important for you to get flowers for doing a great job. Dan and Pablo, those are the only 2 names I remember from earlier this morning. So, but the rest of y'all, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Staff at Weston, right? We appreciate them. All of this stuff being set up and all the food and everything like that, we got to give shout outs to them. Tepper Foundation, Speaker Coughlin, Governor Murphy. Y'all are pillars in this effort. We thank you so much. One last quick shout out. Where is the OFSA team? You guys are spread out. Jamel's is here, Dr. Jenny, Mark D. Where's Dan? Where's Rosemary? You all in here somewhere. You know how y'all do. Thank you so much for another incredible, incredible summit. Appreciate y'all. One of the things that you guys do really, really well is the way you select MCs. Like, it's brilliant. You guys are so good at that. Wow. If everything else fails, just keep booking MCs. You do that really well. There are QR codes. Remember that's that cool new Fandango thing or whatever that's on your desk. Scan it or something so that way you can fill out the survey. That's, yeah, Madison, right? Okay. So use that, please. Don't forget njofsahub.org so you can get on there and learn more about the work that's happening through OFSA and also share the awesome work that you guys are doing each and every day on the ground. I need to shout out the organization that I represent. Straight up, right? Franklin. I got some homies from the Franklin Food Bank over here. We got Kelly. She's our program director. Marvin, he's our director of operations. And Barry, he's our board president. And for the rest of the folks, I see you. I know you're watching us on YouTube. I have an amazing staff and volunteers and donors and supporters. We appreciate y'all so much. 50 years Franklin Food Bank has been around, y'all. 50 years. Us and Saturday Night Live. 50 years. 2 pillars of food security. So before I introduce this gentleman who has, again, been an incredible mentor to me and mentor to so many of us in the room, Pablo, the cameraman. It's you, Pablo. Nah. You know I'm talking about Mark D. But before I introduce Mark to do the closeout remarks, I just want to mention some words that came up over and over again during the day, right? So just kind of noodle on these things as you get ready to leave. Dignity, coalitions, resiliency, investment, planning, collaboration, inspiration, compassion, right? Some of the words that I heard over and over again today. how can we operationalize those words? How can we make sure that those things are woven into the fabric of our everyday operation? Okay, keep those in mind. So I now will bring up the person who has incredible vision for this work, right? And he's very, very humble. And of course, he'll give all shine and all flowers to everybody in this room and everybody that's out across the state doing this work. But if you know him the way I know him, this is in his heart, this is in his soul, this is in his mind. I don't know why I'm about to cry though, man. That's weird. Because I'm gangster and everything. Remember I said that earlier. So, right? I don't understand that. Doesn't make sense. But this guy is passionate about this work. He believes in it. And he has not only the spirit and the soul for it, but he also has the technical and strategic brilliance to make all of this happen. We are truly blazing the trails across this country. There's no other shop like OFSA, and there's no other leader leading the food security space like Mark Dinglassen. Please put your hands together and make noise for Mark Dinglassen to close us out at this conference. Thank you.
I ain't crying, you crying. All right, I'm going to be brief. Give yourselves another round of applause for being here today. Please, please, please give another round of applause to my amazing team and all the work that they have done to put this all together, to Madison, to Shannon, to Rose Lachlan for everything that she's done. Thank you, Rose. We appreciate you. Man, like, I've been so nervous all day. I actually have like social anxiety. I put clinical strength antiperspirant on my bald head before I come into like legit, this is what I do. Like, because I get so nervous around these things. But Kumac's gonna love this. So I was getting ready today and I was literally practicing my breathing and I was sweating bullets in my hotel room, and I pulled out this tiny block. I don't know if you can see that on YouTube. Because I went to Kumac's event last week, and they left these little blocks on for each of us at the table. And they said it was a reminder that when it really gets hard, just do one small thing. Just do one small thing, right? And I texted Jess and her team, and I was like, your thing works, right? Because that's what calmed me down, and that's what calms me down in this work is a reminder that every day I just have to do one small thing, just one small thing for somebody, right? And what we've done today, at the beginning of today, I'm going to be very brief, but I hope I can leave you with a little bit of inspiration and light a fire under all of us. What we've done today is I reminded you all that we are resilient, right? We're still here, man. The farmers, the nonprofits, corporate partners, we're all still here. And we have the ability to manifest the hard things, right? We have proven this to ourselves since COVID, through everything that's happening now, through everything that will come. We have the ability to manifest hard things, right? So the challenge becomes, how do we evolve and grow? So as a summary of what we've done today, the first thing we did is we put ourselves on blast, and we told you about the strategic plan that we are going to implement, the strategic plan for New Jersey, and we've told you about the tools that are at your disposal, and I hope and I pray you continue to use them, especially the Food Insecurity Index, right? But then we told you that we're going to lean into our power a little bit more, and we're going to acknowledge that access to adequate food is a basic human right. It is not right that our children don't have the food that they want to eat, that our moms and our dads don't have the ability to feed their children what they want to feed them. We got to lean into that, New Jersey. But then we also reminded you that we're not alone, right? Because we have our other state partners that are working just as hard as we are. When it gets really dark, man, do one small thing and remember that we're not alone. And then finally, let's see each other as people, right? You had some big names and some big brands up here, man, but they're speaking the same language you are, right? And I work with Barbara and with Kate and with Andrew and with April. They speak the same language. We're all saying the same thing. How do we do this? How do we do this better? How do we connect? How do we move forward? That's what we have to do to meet the moment that's ahead. right? So I'll leave everybody with this. This is Mark Dinglassen's 3 tenets for how we go in, how we meet the moment for what's coming next. And I really hope you take this to heart, right? The first tenet, dream ferociously, right? I have often quoted Nick Tilson and said, our goal should at least be as big as the problems we're facing. But the next evolution of that phrase is dream ferociously. Have a ferocious dream that makes hunger go, damn, this is a scary-ass dream. Right? Dream ferociously. Make it unapologetic. What you want, make it bigger. Make it bold. Make it bigger than the problems that we're facing. But here's my cautionary tale for all of us. If you're going to have a ferocious dream, that does not have guardrails, that is not guided by data, it leaves room for ego to come in, right? What does ego stand for? Edging God out, right? What is ego? Ego is the balm for the pain of ignorance. So have a ferocious dream that is protected from ego by data, right? By research and evaluation, by listening to community. That's my first tenet for you. My second tenet for you, love gratefully. Agape is one of many Greek terms for love, right? But in biblical terms, agape is a sacrificial love that desires the highest good for others. What is the highest good that you can hope for your team, for your communities, for yourself? And how can you sacrifice more and more so that we can build something better for our kids? And while you're doing that, practice gratitude. It is so hard to be angry and to be joyless if you're practicing gratitude. It is a privilege to be able to do food security work and to serve our communities, right? Do you all agree? It is my privilege to be your food security advocate. So love gratefully. But finally, give unceasingly. If we dream ferociously and love gratefully, we will have more than enough to give. We will have more than enough to meet the moment that's coming. We know what's coming. We know that SNAP and Medicaid changes are coming. We know that you've got a lot of families that are coming to your organization. And many times you're going to have this moment of saying, I don't have enough. I don't know where I'm going to get more energy. I don't know how I can keep going on this. Dream ferociously, love gratefully, and you will be able to give unceasingly. If we practice these tenets, I cannot tell if it will be enough to meet the moment. But I'm pretty sure we'll be okay. Because there is one heck of a community of practice here in New Jersey. We are doing this, New Jersey. I mean, even Julie said it. She whispered to me, there's so much joy in this room. Unless everybody's pretending, right? 300 people are not pretending. New Jersey is doing the work. We're going to continue to do the work. So let's do one simple thing. Let's dream ferociously, love gratefully, and give unceasingly. Thank you, New Jersey, for being here today. Thank you for all the work that you are doing. Stand up and give yourselves a round of applause. Standing ovation for everybody. Standing ovation for everybody. I really appreciate you guys. We'll see you next year.